Chapter 1, If you're so good, you do it. Come on, have a drink with your Uncle Lee. The voice in his ear slowly sharpened into focus. Eugene groggily opened his eyes. Before he could even react, a cold glass pressed against his lips, and stinging liquor flooded down his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Eugene choked, coughing violently as involuntary tears blurred his vision. But the hand gripping the nape of his neck was relentless. It brought another glass right back to his mouth. Just as expected of director. Yes, son. Even I'm jealous of that tolerance. Don't be shy, young man. Have another. With that, the clear glass was shoved at his lips again, ignoring Eugene's refusal and trying to force it down his throat. Eugene snapped his head up. The red flush at the corners of his eyes stunned the man forcing the drink. He sneered and snatched the glass, the clear liquid refracting an alluring sheen under the lights. Envious, are we? Alcohol tolerance, it just takes a little practice. His face dark, Eugene didn't say another word. He slammed the glass against the man's mouth, grabbed a fistful of his hair, yanked his head back, pried open his clenched teeth, and forced the liquor down. The jeering crowd suddenly looked like a flock of strangled chickens, staring dumbfounded at the turn of events. For a moment, the only sound in the corner was the man's choked gurgling. Xiao Jing. Someone barked from a short distance away. Li Mingwan's face swelled to the color of pig's liver. His hands flailed wildly in the air as muffled woo-woo sounds came from his mouth. Even the stinging baijiu was coming out of his nostrils. One glass wasn't enough to vent Eugene's anger. Even in his first few years after graduation, when he was just a rookie director, nobody had ever dared to force-feed him alcohol. This fathead, big-eared pig. While forcing the drink, his lecherous eyes had been glued to Eugene's chest. His intentions sickeningly clear. A smash echoed as the glass hit the floor, shattering everywhere. A gilded bottle was conveniently sitting on the table. Eugene grabbed it and shoved it into Li Mingwan's mouth. Uncle Li, you can hold so much. Let's practice some more. This time, straight from the bottle. Eugene pinned the fatty's hands and slammed the hard mouth of the bottle straight against his teeth. As Li Mingwan struggled, plenty of liquor spilled down his chin and soaked into his collar. His neat suit was quickly ruined. Watching the fuming Li Mingwan head to the second floor to change, Eugene rubbed his pounding temples. He ignored the strange stares from everyone and began to sort through the chaotic mess of memories in his brain. What is wrong with you? A hand shot out from the side, grabbing his collar. Again. A vein throbbed on Eugene's temple. If this person was also here to force-feed him alcohol, he'd make sure they left with alcohol poisoning. He looked up. The man before him wore gold-rimmed glasses, and a trace of fury was visible beneath his refined, scholarly aura. The memories in Eugene's mind exploded like a sledgehammer to the skull, staggering him. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to maintain a shred of clarity. Father. The man's face was grim. I brought you out to broaden your horizons, and this is how you behave. Ruining the Yu family's reputation. Eugene, you've gotten bold, haven't you? Eugene rubbed his temples and brushed the man's hand away, leaning unsteadily against the wall. He was dead. The hospital must not have been able to save him. So now, he had become another person with the exact same name, thousands of years in the future. This boda's original owner was also named Eugene, 22 years old, a total rookie fresh from graduation. With no experience in the real world, he could only be a puppet. Obediently letting others pull his strings. His father, Yu Suean, was a director. His recent film, Blue Star Huaxia, Unpuzzled, had just won him a Best Director award. Invitations were flooding in, he was at the peak of his career. As for the purpose of coming here today, it was just as Yu Suean had said, to broaden his horizons. Thinking of this, Eugene's stomach roiled. The original owner knew Yu Suean wasn't telling the truth. But he had no connections, and all the money and power were in the hands of his father and stepmother. If he wanted to make a name for himself, he had to swallow his disgust and obey, for now. He just never imagined Yusuean was even more inhuman than he thought. Broaden my horizons, my ass. Yu Jing's fist connected with Yusuyan's jaw. You just tossed your son aside and watched as others forced liquor down his throat. That fatty's intentions were written all over his face. Don't tell me you didn't know what he was planning. Due to his family situation, the original Yu Jing had a very timid, even cowardly, personality. The moment he was forced to drink the first glass, he had looked to his father for help. Yusuean had pretended not to see, turning away. That action had stabbed him straight through the heart. Yu Jing's punch wasn't strong, it was more like a tickle against Yusuyan's jaw. Even so, Yusuean reacted as if had been mortally insulted. Always the picture of self-control, his face twisted slightly, and he instinctively raised his hand to strike. Yu Jing gave a short, cold laugh and leaned in. Go on, hit me. Do you dare? The Yu family's background was in no way inferior to that fatty Li Mingwan's. The only reason Yusuean chose to turn a blind eye was that Yu Jing simply wasn't worth the trouble of falling out with someone. Come with me and apologize. Yusuean warned in a low voice. We'll talk about this when we get home. A young man nearby saw the situation and hurried over. That's right, big brother. Chairman Li just gets a little rough when he's playing. Don't take it to heart. It's just a couple of drinks. Yu Jing shot him a glance. Easy for you to say. If you're so good, you do it. Brother. The young man's eyes widened, unable to believe Yu Jing would dare speak to him that way. Yu Jing's gaze landed on him. The newcomer had inherited Yusuyan's good looks, a delicate face, slightly furrowed brows, and a pair of round eyes that always seemed to be staring at everyone timidly. This was his dear brother, Yu Bai. The original owner's mother, Lu Shui, had died giving birth to him. Yusuean didn't hand him over to a nanny bot but instead had Lu Shui's best friend, Yao Qing, take care of him. Later, Yao Qing became his stepmother. When the original owner was young, he didn't understand. If she was his stepmother, why was Yu Bai 2 years older than him? Only when he grew up did he learn the truth. Before Yusuean had even married Lu Shui, he was already sleeping with Yao Qing. But Yao Qing had no status or background, so Yusuean turned around and pursued Lu Shui, the young miss of the powerful Lu family. Later, after using the Lu family to achieve success, the moment Lu Shui died, he announced to the public that he didn't know how to care for a child and successfully brought Yao Qing into the house. Yusuean put on a show of being overcome with grief, locking himself away at home. In reality, he was avoiding the public eye to hide Yu Bai. He waited until both children were older, and their ages looked similar enough, before reappearing in public. Don't. I can't bear to be called big brother, Yu Jing sneered. His icy gaze made Yu Bai instinctively shrink back. I should be the one calling you big brother. Isn't that right, father? At these words, Yu Bai's rosy complexion instantly turned deathly white. He hid behind Yusuean, his head bowed, expression hidden. Yusuyan's face changed completely. The hushed whispers of the banquet hall suddenly seemed amplified, making his skin crawl. Yu Jing, what are you trying to pull? He hissed, his hands trembling at his sides with rage. What am I pulling? Influenced by the original owner's memories, the image of Yu Jing crying in a corner made his heart clench. If it had been Yu Bai here today, would you have let that fatty force-feed him alcohol? Yu Jing pressed forward, his eyes locked on Yusuean, asking the question that had always haunted the original owner. Because I don't have any mental power, you gave up on me, ready to serve me up on a platter for that fat pig? Just because I have no mental power. Yao Qing was Yusuyan's white moonlight from his school days. Their son, Yu Bai, was his precious, treasured child. Yusuean doted on him, pouring all his efforts into him. And Yu Jing? Was he not a son? Fine, don't dote on him. But why personally push him into a pit of fire? Yu Suean took a deep breath. It was just a couple of drinks. I told your brother to keep an eye on you. If you got drunk, he was to take you home. Have you by watch him? That one probably wished he was dead. Why would he ever take it to heart? Yu Jing was certain that if he had gotten drunk and been dragged away, Yu Bai wouldn't have just not stopped it, he probably would have helped cover it up from Yu Suean. Yu Jing, who could only support himself by leaning against the wall, let out a low laugh. The look of utter contempt on his face made Yu Suean squirm. In any case, we'll talk about this at home, Yu Suean said, stiffly changing the subject. First, come and apologize. Yu Jing lazily straightened up. Fine. Let's go. The farce had ended. Soft, hazy music once again filled the opulent banquet hall. The fatty who had forced alcohol on Yu Jing had already changed his clothes and was sitting with a dark expression. When he saw Yu Suean approaching with Yu Jing and Yu Bai, his beady little eyes darted between the two boys. Yu Suean instinctively moved to shield Yu Bai behind him, leaving Yu Jing, who was a step behind, completely exposed. Ah, Xiao Jing, your uncle was just joking with you. If you can't take a joke, you shouldn't come next time, Li Mingwan said, his face stony, his gaze heavy. The original owner had gritted his teeth and attended this banquet precisely to build connections, preparing for the day he could leave the Yu family. If it were him, hearing these words would have sent him into a spiral of panic and helplessness. Unfortunately for them, the one standing here was Yu Jing. What a thing to say, Uncle Li. I was just joking with you. 2. I just got a little too excited and didn't know my own strength. You won't blame me, will you? Yu Jing smiled, throwing the exact same words back at him. Li Mingwan choked, his cheek twitching. He stared at that face, which was only more stunning when it smiled, and his heart felt like it was being scratched by a kitten. Xiao Jing, you ruined the suit your aunt personally designed for me. Of course I'm angry, Li Mingwan said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Down 3 glasses as punishment, and they'll let it go. A bottle of high-proof baijiu was placed on the table. Yu Jing, his expression unchanged, walked over. He passed the bottle from his left hand to his right, testing its weight. Satisfied, he quirked his lips, aimed at Li Mingwan's head, and swung with all his might. Punish my ass. Does your wife even know you're out here fooling around in the clothes she designed? With the heavy bottle and all of Yu Jing's strength behind it. Li Mingwan didn't even make a sound. His eyes rolled back into his head, and he collapsed. Scarlet blood gushed from the wound, quickly forming a dark pool on the floor. Ah! The woman next to Li Mingwan turned pale with fright and let out a piercing scream. The commotion attracted the wealthy guests, who began to crowd around. Yu Suyan's vision went black, and he staggered backward. Chapter 2, Carrying a Toilet onto the Spaceship. The host of this banquet, Hua Fan, was a die-hard Blue Star fanatic. Li Mingwan wasn't even fit to shine his shoes. Yu Suyan had become Hua Fan's guest of honor on the back of his film, Blue Star Huaxia, unpuzzled, yet he expected his own son to swallow his grievances. It was clear he didn't care if Yu Jing lived or died. Now, Yu Jing had smashed Li Mingwan's head open with a bottle. Even the normally calm and collected Yu Suyan felt a suffocating, bitter regret. He regretted it. He shouldn't have brought this ungrateful viper to the banquet. Yu Bai was quick to support Yu Suyan's swaying body, taking a few discreet steps back. Just like that, Yu Jing, still holding the bottle, became the focus of everyone's attention. That's the Yu family's youngest son, Yu Jing. What a fiery temper. Serves him right. An upstart who just crawled up from the bottom. The host, Hua Fan, arrived fashionably late. He had wavy, chestnut brown, medium-length hair, and his gentle face froze for a second when he saw Li Mingwan lying in a pool of blood. Butler, take Mr. Li to the medical room. Can someone please tell me what happened? An old man with a full head of silver hair came over and had the barely conscious Li Mingwan carried away. Yu Suian shook off Yu Bei's hand and approached Hua Fan, his face full of shame. Mr. Hua, it's my son. He was being immature. I'll take him home right now. Father. Sometimes I really wonder if I'm your biological son, Yu Jing's voice rang out, cutting him off. No one here even knows what happened, and you're just pinning all the blame on me. Is that really right? Yu Suian, who had been in the middle of apologizing, turned ashen. He couldn't understand how his usually timid son suddenly dared to talk back to him. Hua Fan looked at the father and son thoughtfully. It only took a moment of thought to understand the stiff atmosphere between them. He found himself a little interested in Yu Jing. Young Mr. Yu, why don't you tell us what happened? We can all be the judge of who's right and wrong. Yu Jing, it's like this. I happily came with my father to broaden my horizons. But then, Uncle Li dragged me into a corner, ganged up with a few others to force-feed me alcohol, and even groped my ass while he was at it. The surrounding whispers abruptly silenced. I was already furious, and then father, without distinguishing right from wrong, demanded I apologize. I just got a little impulsive. Yu Jing shot an aggrieved glance at Yu Suian and lowered his head, radiating a pitiful aura. The gazes of most guests in the hall landed on Yu Suian, and they were all odd. Fans affectionately called Yu Suian the galaxy's most refined gentleman. Those who'd met him also praised his classical demeanor, noting he never so much as blushed in anger at anyone. Right. So when your son gets bullied, you don't blush in anger either, huh? Having already checked the surveillance and confirmed that Li Mingwan had indeed dragged the young man away to force-feed him alcohol, Hua Fan couldn't help but say, Mr. Yu, this is where you were in the wrong. The boy was wronged. How could you ask him to apologize to the aggressor? Before Yu Suian could explain, Yu Jing nodded emphatically beside him. Exactly. I know the outside world says you only have today's success because of Mom. And that you've been living so cautiously ever since she passed. But the Yu family is really no worse off than anyone else. Father, you shouldn't sell yourself short like that, looking down on yourself. That speech, a clear compliment on the surface but a stinging jab underneath, nearly made Yu Suian faint. He was about to explode with rage, but he didn't dare yell at Yu Jing to shut up, not here. He could only say, through gritted teeth, Xiao Jing, I know you feel wronged. But disrupting the banquet like this is very rude. The Yu family has always valued etiquette. Apologize to Mr. Hua, and well go home. Yu Jing mentally rolled his eyes but had to maintain his obedient persona. He turned to Hua Fan. Uncle Hua, I'm sorry for disrupting your banquet. Hua Fan's cheek twitched. It's fine. Next time, I'll just have my butler be more discerning with the guest list. Also, you should call me brother. I'm not much older than you. Yu Jing glanced at his father. Then resolutely maintained the address, thank you, uncle. The average interstellar lifespan was over 300 years. Yu Jing wasn't about to judge this man's age by his appearance. Anyone who could speak to Yu Suian with that kind of reprimanding tone had to be an uncle. Hua Fan. The last guy you called uncle just had his head cracked open with a bottle. The medical standards of the interstellar era were truly high. Before the banquet was even over, Li Mingwan reappeared in the main hall. He immediately sensed the gazes on him, all carrying obvious disgust. He wasn't the only upstart who had clawed his way up from the bottom. It didn't take long for him to find out what had happened in his absence. He had fought so hard to get into a banquet hosted by Hua Fan, and Yu Jing had ruined it all. That little bastard. Boss Li, you can deal with him later. The important thing now is to hurry up and apologize to Mr. Hua. Say you drank too much. One of his buddies reminded him. When Li Mingwan had emerged from the medical pod, the butler had already asked him to leave. The only reason he was still sitting there was because he was shamelessly pretending not to understand. Hua Fan was one of the biggest names in this circle. If you walked out that door today, he'd never get back in. At this thought, Li Mingwan's eyes lit up. Hua Fan was a notorious, hardcore Blue Star fanatic. The gift he had prepared, specifically to appeal to this interest, could finally be put to use. Quick, bring up the gift I prepared, Li Mingwan ordered his assistant. Presenting a gift so publicly was against etiquette, but he was about to be kicked out anyway. There was no point in worrying about that now. While Li Mingwan was scrambling to do damage control, Yu Jing was sprawled on a sofa, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Yu Suian was taking Yu Bai around, networking with the rich and powerful. Paving the way for his son's future career. Whether it was intentional or not, both of them had forgotten about Yu Jing on the sofa. Yu Jing was happy to be free from the socializing. He grabbed a piece of cake and hid in a corner, focusing on filling his stomach. After he finished, he flopped back onto the sofa, savoring the sweet aftertaste. In his last life, lying in that hospital bed, so many foods had been off limits. It had been a long time since he'd eaten something he truly liked. Aren't you worried? Yu Jing lazily turned his head. A girl in a gorgeous long dress was watching him quietly. Under the soft lights, the gemstone hairpin in her hair sparkled. Worried about what, little princess of the Hua family? Don't call me princess. Just call me Xiao Hua, like my uncle does. Hua Yingying pressed on, full of curiosity. Mister, you will definitely settle the score with you when you get home. Aren't you worried? Yu Jing didn't like alcohol. Thankfully. There was juice at the banquet, probably for the kids. He calmly waved over a waiter and picked up a glass of pretty, colorful sparkling water. Settle the score. Yu Jing scoffed. Only if he's not afraid of getting his head caved in, too. Hua Yingying gasped, her respect for Yu Jing rising infinitely. While they were talking, Li Mingwan had already brought his gift into the hall and was directing everyone's attention to it. Even though Hua Fan was inwardly annoyed, everyone was looking on expectantly, and he couldn't just brush it off. A person-high package was slowly unwrapped, revealing a dated wooden tub. Pfft. Yu Jing sprayed a mouthful of water, clutching his chest as he coughed. Over by the gift, Li Mingwan was pontificating, this was from my father's treasured collection. An antique, preserved through untold hardships during the Great Migration. As the ancient saying goes, a beauty for a hero. Mr. Hua, with your vast knowledge. You are the master it has been waiting for. The speech, 3 parts truth and 7 parts fabrication, moved many of the guests. Seeing Li Mingwan humbling himself to make peace, Hua Fan couldn't really keep up his cold facade. He had a nearly 1,000 meter-long basement filled with all kinds of beloved ancient artifacts. Hua Fan was obsessed with everything related to the Mother Star, and Li Mingwan's gift scratched him right where he itched. Stroking the mottled, time-worn surface of the wooden tub, Hua Fan couldn't tear his hands away. How can I possibly? This was your father's beloved possession, after all. Li Mingwan put on a timely, bitter smile. To be honest, my father passed away not long ago. There's no one in my family who knows how to maintain it, which is why I wanted to find a new owner for it. More than one person at the banquet was interested in antiques. Upon learning it was an item from the Great Cosmic Migration, several people crowded around. Hearing Li Mingwan's words, they all looked at Hua Fan with envy, urging him to accept it. Just as Hua Fan was about to nod, Yu Jing sauntered over. A sweet, obedient smile was plastered on his face. For some reason, Hua Fan's eyelid twitched. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. Why would you give this to Uncle Hua at a banquet? Yu Jing asked, genuinely baffled. Li Mingwan shot him a dark look and waved his hand dismissively. What do you know? This is an antique. If you're ignorant, go read a book. Stop embarrassing the Yu family. Yu Jing's expression was indescribably odd. It's an antique, sure, but it's also a chamber pot. A chamber pot? What the hell was that? As many looked on in confusion, Yu Jing's lips curved up. He parted the crowd, walked to the center, and, in the next second, he opened the wooden lid and sat down on it. He asked with sincere earnestness, "Uncle Li, back during the migration. Why did your ancestor feel the need to carry a toilet onto the spaceship?" The entire banquet hall was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Wahaha. Hua Yingying dragged Yu Jing out to the garden, laughing unrestrainedly at the fountain. Yu Jing sighed. He had thought she was an elegant princess, but it turned out she was a bold heroine. "Are you done laughing?" he asked, poking Hua Yingying. He put on an obedient expression. "Do me a favor and send me home, please." Yu Suiyan had driven both his sons to the banquet. After a disaster like this, he'd definitely be in for it if he went back. Fortunately, the original owner had secretly rented an apartment on the outside. Yu Jing planned to live there permanently. As for the Yu house, whoever wanted to go back could go back. Hua Yingying finally got her laughter under control. Wiping away her tears, she found her driver and motioned for Yu Jing to get in the car. "Take him home." As the car pulled away from the noisy, mid-level villa district, silence fell in the car. Yu Jing closed his eyes, and his breathing evened out. He didn't know how long had passed before the driver woke him. The building in front of him was dilapidated, with a large demolished character spray painted on it. Yu Jing shrugged and, under the driver's astonished gaze, walked inside. He opened the door, and the chandelier in the living room flickered on. Peeling walls, ineradicable stains on the floor, and black rust spots everywhere. It was, just as the original owner's memory described, a slum. The original owner's pockets were cleaner than his face. Next month's rent wasn't even secured yet. "Ugh, I still have to make money," Yu Jing muttered. Still, today wasn't a total loss. At the very least, he now knew that the people of the interstellar era had a fanatical, almost insane obsession with Blue Star. Even trash like Li Mingwan, after learning the antique was a chamber pot, hadn't been willing to throw it away. Had just taken it home, his face black with rage. Yu Jing decided to return to his old profession. He would make movies. You poor, pitiful descendants. Allow your ancestor to show some love to your spirits, yearning so desperately for the mother star. Chapter 3, Lovesick Red Beans. In the year 2669, Blue Star's resources were depleted. The evolved human race had no choice but to migrate to other star systems. After countless setbacks, they finally found this universe, one so similar to Blue Star's. During the migration, vast amounts of data were lost. Blue Star's civilization could only be passed on by word of mouth. Later, in the fight for territory, tens of billions of Blue Star humans died in battle. From that point on, a great chasm appeared in Blue Star's civilization. Due to conflict, the Blue Star immigrants split into several factions, dominated by the Donghua star system, where Yu Jing lived, and the neighboring Soalan star system. The people of Donghua have always held to the traditions of fallen leaves returning to their roots and the deep, painful attachment to one's homeland. The newly established Donghua Federation wanted to return the souls of those tens of billions of fallen warriors to their homeland, only to realize with dawning horror that they were lost in this new universe. They could no longer find any trace of Blue Star. And so, finding the mother star became the singular goal of every Donghua citizen. This, in turn, gave birth to a multitude of professions related to the mother star. Archaeology was the most popular. Using preserved ancient artifacts and texts, experts fumbled in the dark, trying to explore the secrets of millennia past. Directors used to be popular, too, Yu Jing muttered. Flopped on the sofa. He squinted at the incandescent light overhead. It's just, with so little data, the people of Donghua can't even begin to imagine the splendor of Blue Star. The movies they make are dripping with interstellar style, and that's why they became unpopular. Know oneself and know the enemy, and you will emerge victorious in every battle. At this thought, Yu Jing's spirits lifted. He sprang up from the sofa and began patting himself down. Where did I stuff that Guangnao personal terminal? Technology in the interstellar era had developed at a breakneck pace. People relied on their Guangnao for every daily need. The original owner was an outcast in his own home, so his Guangnao was a 10-year-old model. Before leaving for the banquet, Yu Suian had complained that the old Guangnao was an embarrassment, so the original owner had to take it off and stick it in his pocket. Found it. Yu Jing felt the foreign object and his eyes crinkled with pleasure. While had been steeped in the entertainment industry for years, becoming a director whose word was law, who could possibly resist the allure of high-tech? The thin strip was only as wide as his pinky finger and was a close match to his skin tone. The moment he slapped it against his wrist, it snapped shut, forming a bracelet. Beep, welcome back, master. Beep, binding successful. Yu Jing. Did that just beep twice? With a pop, two light screens appeared. One projected from his wrist, the other hovered directly in front of his eyes. The shock of a double system setup was a bit much. His brain stalled. Only then did Yu Jing realize that a system panel had also appeared inside his mind. Superstar system, gain popularity points to unlock rewards, please fill in your profession. Yu Jing glanced at it, casually typed director. And mentally tossed it aside. This system was even more rigid than the Guangnao. The Guangnao had at least said welcome back when it activated. This thing just played dead the second it finished binding. It probably wasn't good for much. Besides, he had no interest in becoming a star. Opening his Guangnao, Yu Jing used the original owner's memories to search for Yu Suyan's recent film, Blue Star Huaxia, unpuzzled. The moment he connected to the network, he was met with an overwhelming flood of push notifications for Yu Suyan and his movie. Curious, Yu Jing clicked on it. A deep voice narrated as a scroll slowly unfurled, the image blooming like ink dropped in water. Yu Jing perked up. Regardless of Yu Suyan's character, this opening scene was indeed full of Huaxia's artistic charm. Beep, your 6-minute preview has ended. Please recharge VIP. The Guangnao alerted him. His heart aching at the expense. Yu Jing transferred the last remaining funds from his account. Blue Star, one of the 8 major planets in the solar system, possesses 30 land mass and 70 ocean coverage. 1,000 years ago, Blue Star had over 200 countries. Yu Jing stared, dumbfounded. He wanted to see a film overflowing with imagination about the mother star, not a bone-dry documentary. Hell, even having an expert sit in front of the camera and ramble would have been fine. Just make the picture move. This stupid scroll had been on screen for 10 minutes. If the audio hadn't kept playing, Yu Jing would have assumed his Guangnao had frozen. Clang! The sound of something heavy crashing to the floor jolted Yu Jing awake. He snapped his eyes open and tumbled right off the sofa. Li Lele, you tell me. Who was the man who brought you home tonight? I knew it. You only dress up like that to go out and hook up with men. Are you insane? Who's going to hire me if I look like a slob? You slander Laonyang again, and I swear I'll smash your head in. Hey, neighbors. It's the middle of the night. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you. WAH. That was the problem with an old building slated for demolition. The soundproofing was non-existent, and the tenants were a motley crew from all walks of life. The slightest noise could wake up half the block. Yu Jing lay on the floor, staring blankly at the swaying ceiling light. The movie was so boring, I fell asleep. His Guangnao was still dutifully playing Blue Star Huaxia, unpuzzled. The screen had finally changed. A man in punk-style clothes, wearing smoky makeup, was riding a horse down a retro street. On the sidewalk, pedestrians were walking by, talking on their cell phones. It didn't look like an ancient street. It looked like a 21st century film set. NGH I am gonna die gentle. The couple next door had apparently moved on from arguing, created sparks. And were now devouring each other. I really want to move out. But I have no money. After another moment of stunned silence, Yu Jing frantically jabbed his guangnao. Damn it, give me a refund. A refund was, of course, impossible. He could only focus on finding a way to make money. The original owner had graduated from the Yaoguang Academy's directing department, and the guangnao was fully equipped with the necessary software. Yu Jing fumbled with it for a while and finally figured out how to use it. He didn't plan to shoot a full movie, not at first. For one, it took too long, and he couldn't afford to wait. For another, the money in his pocket couldn't possibly support it. Yu Jing set his sights on short films. Tianshu was a specialized software for the entertainment industry. Here, you could find everything related to showbiz, actors, directors, prop data, and more. Yu Jing logged into the original owner's account and sighed heavily at the account balance. Fortunately, some newly debuted starlets, hoping to increase their popularity, would offer their image rights for free for 1 month. They were his target. Carefully studying their features and temperaments, Yu Jing settled on 1 male and 1 female. He sent an application through the back-end and quickly received an approval. For this kind of free image rights, the actors wouldn't show up in person, and Yu Jing didn't need them to. As long as he manipulated the software, he could make their models perform various simple expressions and actions. For now, this was enough. Yu Man was a freshman in the Yaoguang Academy's directing department. After finishing the homework from her mentor, she opened her guangnao to slack off. Director Yes, new work. Box office breaks 10 billion. Takes you on a dream back to the mother star. The boy next to her leaned over. You're a fan of director Yu, too? I saw Blue Star Huaxia, unpuzzled. Did our ancestors from 1,000 years ago really only ride horses to get around? Everyone online says director Yes filming is great, but I just feel like the protagonist's clothes are too modern. Yu Man felt that the ancestors' clothing probably wasn't like that. The simple style was too similar to their own, and it created a strange sense of dissonance. The boy frowned in disagreement. Director Yu said in an interview that he referenced the ancient books in his family's collection when making the film. Could the ancient books be wrong? Everyone knew that Yu Suyan's previous wife was the pearl of the Lu family, whose home was filled with countless ancient books and artifacts. Even the scraps the Lu family had let slip through their fingers were enough for Yu Suyan to benefit from endlessly. At the mention of ancient books, Yu Man's confidence wavered. Those were texts the ancestors had refused to abandon even during the Great Migration. The books couldn't be wrong. It must just be her own poor judgment. Seeing her hesitation, the boy quickly changed the subject. Tianxian is holding a short video contest on the theme of love. Want to try it? Seeing her hesitate again, the boy assumed she looked down on short videos. We're just freshmen, he advised, we don't have the qualifications to shoot a real movie. We might as well use short videos to practice. Tianxian, backed by the Federation, was the #1 video site in the galaxy. It not only hosted all of the Federation's films but also a massive variety of short videos, live streams, and other content. Yu Man waved her hand as she opened her guangnao. It's not that. I just doubt I'm even good enough to shoot a short video. Sure enough, when the site opened, a bright red banner was displayed at the top. Tianxian Centennial Celebration. Seeking short videos in the name of love. All are welcome to participate. She clicked it. A large number of videos had already been submitted. The one ranked video already had over 100 million views. Mecha Love. Wasteland Companion. I Love My Home. Yu Man clicked through them one by one, watching earnestly with a desire to learn. When she saw a part she really liked, her hair began to rapidly sprout green buds, and her entire arm transformed into a vine. The boy was calmer, only a pair of rabbit ears popped up on his head, which he quickly retracted. Perhaps because this part of the universe had been won through military force, the people of Donghua were universally martial. In their minds, if you liked someone, you fought them. Whoever won, got to be in charge. The entire courtship process was filled with a primitive, rough, barbarism. And so, all these short videos in the name of love were the same. See someone, fight them. Sleep with them. Man's face was completely numb. Ha! A Blue Star Huaxia short film. Man froze. Lovesick red beans. For some reason, her steady heartbeat suddenly stuttered. Comment section. Are you kidding me? People are still using the Blue Star gimmick to show off. Pa! Another blood-sucking parasite. Using the mother star for a cash grab again. I'll curse them out every time I see it. If you don't have director yes family resources, don't film Blue Star movies. This abomination is just giving the directing world a bad name. Scammer, get lost. It wasn't the audience's fault for reacting so strongly. Directors had tried to film Blue Star movies before. In those films, battleships and cruisers flew side by side, star-destroying cannons and starcores danced together. The experts had already said, before they evolved, Blue Star's technology was just airplanes and cannons. Where would they get battleships and cruisers? Bad review. Get lost. Over time. Any director who dared to film a Blue Star movie was universally mocked. Look, another piece of trash trying to cash in. Man swiped her hand, intending to exit. Instead, she accidentally hit the play button. A misty, rainy scene of a small bridge over flowing water, a quiet, deep alley of blue bricks, the faint, distant calls of street vendors. Man's hand, which had been ready to swipe away, froze in midair. Her breathing suddenly hitched. The Jiangnan region, in March. In a back alley. A small door beneath the blue brick wall slowly creaked open. A young woman in green robes emerged. She covered her face with a fan, her smile enchanting, her voice as crisp and bright as an oriole's. Where did you come from? Chapter 4, It's You, the Instrument Hooligan. Man sat bolt upright and subconsciously replied, I'm from the Yaoguang Academy's directing department. She snapped back to reality. Patting her mouth in annoyance. The boy next to her's lips parted, a crimson blush slowly climbing his ears as he stared, bewitched, at the smiling girl in the video. Many viewers felt their hearts pound at the girl's smile, feeling dizzy and unsure what to say. Others were busy examining the girl's green-robed long dress, the flower hairpin in her coiffed hair, and her embroidered shoes with cloud patterns. The bullet comment barrage reached a new high, all discussing the girl's outfit, as well as her small scented sachet and fan. Quick, quick, save it. Every frame is wallpaper-worthy. Her clothes are gorgeous. Did the director invent them? No. The video description said Blue Star Huaxia short film. This is Huaxia clothing. Our ancestors. Just for this opening alone, even if the rest is total crap, I'm watching it. TSK, looks like a pay-to-win player showed up among all us commoners. Judging by the character's outfit. They must have referenced a ton of ancient books. The video continued. In the corner, a beggar in tattered rags heard her voice and looked up. A few flies buzzed out of his stinking, matted hair. He licked his cracked lips and held up a broken bowl, trembling. My hometown flooded. Everything was washed away. I'm a refugee. Kind miss, please, just a bite to eat. This was the first time Qinglian had ever seen a beggar. The sour stench, the clothes that barely covered his body, although only servants used the back alley, it wasn't good for him to be squatting here. Qinglian opened the back gate wider. The kitchen is short one general hand. Come in first. What is your name? The maidservant behind her looked like she wanted to speak but held her tongue. My name is Heir. Hearing this name, the maidservant pressed her lips together. Her disdain unconcealed. The young miss was just too soft-hearted. This kind of street beggar, they should just have him driven away. A pair of sinister eyes glared at her from between the strands of hair, like a viper coiled in the shadows. The maidservant jumped, feeling a horrifying chill creep up her spine from the soles of her feet. What the hell is a flood? Can't they control the weather? Diverting the water isn't hard, it takes 10 minutes, max. Use your brain. That's Waxia's distant ancient past. They didn't even have airplanes or cannons. Divert my ass. Refugees not long ago, the neighboring Solon star system had a war. Lots of people died, lots of refugees too. Too bad they didn't meet a kind person. Every time I see the tragic state of our neighbors, I'm thankful I was born in a powerful nation. The video continued. Learning that the beggar was brought back by the young miss. The housekeeper held his nose and kept him. He ordered a basin of cold well water and commanded Ergo to get in. Several big, burly men with brushes scrubbed him hard, as if they were scrubbing pork. Soon, Ergo's skin was scraped and bleeding. He stared at the blood on his arm, looked up, and gave the housekeeper a wide grin. A few days later, Qinglian was reading in the garden when she encountered a servant sweeping. The black servant's clothes couldn't hide his good looks. After sweeping, the servant didn't leave, but instead stood there like a wooden post. Qinglian frowned. Who are you? What are you doing standing here? One wore embroidered silk and jade, the other was bent over sweeping. A life as worthless as straw. Ergo's gaze darkened. She had forgotten. This lowly one is named Ergo. I am the beggar the young miss brought back a few days ago. It is only thanks to the young miss' kindness that this lowly one was given a chance to live. Qinglian had a flash of realization. She had never expected the filthy beggar to be so handsome. She often brought home stray cats and dogs, bringing home a person wasn't all that different. Don't take it to heart. You may leave. Ergo didn't move. Instead, he kept staring at Qinglian's hands. Qinglian grew both embarrassed and annoyed. She placed her book on the stone table, and the maid behind her snapped, "Insolence. What are you looking at?" This lowly one was just curious what was written in the book. I mean no offense. I begged the young miss forgiveness. Ergo bowed deeply. So. He was just curious about the book. Qinglian smiled. The Qing estate was always lenient with its servants. As long as you didn't try to slack off, you were treated well. Food and warm clothing were not a problem. Most servants were satisfied with this life. Ergo was the first servant who had ever wanted to learn to read. Qinglian's interest was piqued. She walked to a patch of vibrant flowers, plucked a branch, and began to slowly trace characters on the ground. Come here. I will teach you. From then on, after finishing his work, Ergo would sneak into the garden, practicing the characters Qinglian had taught him, over and over. The first name he learned to write was Qinglian. After learning characters, he began to learn poetry and painting, copying the calligraphy models Qinglian gave him. He used his monthly wages to buy expensive ink and paper, writing one line, again and again. Red beans grow in the southern land. In spring, how many new branches bloom? Qinglian, upon receiving the poem, fell silent. But the starlight in her eyes was so bright it almost burned Ergo's. How about I give you a new name? Qingyun. I hope one day you will have a meteoric rise, and be admired by all. Whoa. It's mutual. Go kiss her. An ancestor's poem. Can any expert please explain what it means? Ergo spit, Qingyun's status is too low. I suggest he wash himself clean and present himself in her bed. He could build a flower platform and propose publicly, kissing her in front of everyone. Just as the audience was at peak excitement, the video abruptly ended. Audience. Where's the rest? They frantically hit play again, only for the video to start from the beginning, proving that the 20 minutes were up. Only then did they notice a tiny line of text in the corner. To be continued. Audience. Damn it. In the freewheeling interstellar era, if you liked someone, you rushed up, confessed, and showed off your strength. If the other person was interested, you'd find a place to exchange ideas deeply. That's how all of them found their partners. This straightforward audience did not understand. The little beggar clearly liked the young miss, so why not confess? The young miss was clearly into him, too, so why not just say it? The video was 20 minutes long, which was already quite long for the contest. But after watching, the audience felt an agonizing incompleteness. It was just like the march in Jiangnan from the video, shrouded in mist, hazy, like seeing through a thin veil. It made them itch with unbearable curiosity. Director, where is the rest? What happened to the rest? The entire comments section was howling, accusing the director of being an absolute monster. They cursed him out and then smashed the vote button. The video shot up the rankings like a rocket, breaking into the top 100 in the blink of an eye. More and more passers-by clicked on it. Some viewers recognized the actress as the newly debuted Meng Xiaofeng. They flocked to her personal account, wringing their hands in shared anguish. If you like him, just say it. If you stay quiet, you'll miss your chance. Sister, I support you. Go for it. After you succeed, don't forget to tell us the good news. Sob sob, you're so pretty. Why don't you get together with me instead? Just kick Qing Yun to the curb. Meng Xiaofeng had just debuted. She only had about 100,000 fans, and they weren't very active. Soon, this new flood of viewers completely overran her comment section, leaving her original fans utterly confused. Armifeng Honeybee is dating. She was just chatting with us the other day and said she didn't have a boyfriend. Meng Xiaofeng saw this wasn't good and ran to find her manager. The manager, Brother Li, was just as inexperienced as she was and had dozens of other artists to handle. Seeing the situation, he asked Meng Xiaofeng suspiciously, "Are you really dating?" Meng Xiaofeng wanted to cry but had no tears. She shook her head frantically. She had just debuted, signed under Brother Li only because of her good looks. Was someone trying to sabotage her? At this thought, she angrily scrolled through the comments, then created a burner account to ask what was going on. Only then did she learn the truth. Someone had used her likeness to make a short film, and these were all viewers who were desperate for more. Simply put, they were way too immersed in the story. Following a kind stranger's directions, Meng Xiaofeng opened the Tianxian video site and typed in the video ID. The blue brick, black tile rooftops of Jiangnan filled her vision. A girl who looked like she had stepped straight out of an ink wash painting stood there. Her eyes curved in a smile. Thump thump. The only sound Meng Xiaofeng could hear was her own heart, pounding like a drum. When Yu Jing woke up, he fumbled at his bedside for a long time, unable to find his phone. He opened his eyes, ruffled his bird's nest of a hair, and stumbled to the bathroom, opening his Guangnao. 20 missed calls popped up, all from Yu Suian. Yu Jing casually added the number to his blacklist and opened Tianxian. Spitting out his mouthwash, Yu Jing looked at the 500,000 views on his dashboard and nodded, satisfied. Calculating it out, 500,000 views, plus the tips from the agonizingly curious audience after the platform's cut, he estimated he could get around 20,000. At least this month's living expenses and rent were covered. Ding, you have a new message. Yu Jing hung up his towel and opened it. The sender was the video's actress, Meng Xiaofeng. She was cautiously asking if he could custom order a set of the female lead's Qinglian outfit. She promised not to sell it for profit, just to wear it for her fans. In just one night, their positions had completely reversed. Free promotion. How could Yu Jing pass that up? The anxious Meng Xiaofeng quickly received a reply. Her manager, Brother Li, asked, "How did it go? Did he agree? If not, we can add money." Meng Xiaofeng nodded excitedly. He agreed. Not only that, he said I can wear all of the heroine's outfits from the video. She had been agonizing over which outfit to pick, since the heroine had so many. She never expected the director to authorize all of them. The surprise was so big, Meng Xiaofeng was seeing stars. Good, good, good. I'll contact a makeup artist immediately. Tomorrow night is Tianxuan's live stream night. Well, fight to get on the rookie chart. Yu Jing couldn't cook. Between nutrient paste and takeout. He looked at his rising income and decisively chose takeout. Full and satisfied, the superstar system he had forgotten suddenly popped up. Ding, congratulations, host, on leveling up. Please claim your reward package. Only then did Yu Jing notice his EXP bar was now level 2. A red gift box was blinking in the corner. A level 1 reward. Yu Jing didn't think much of it. He opened it while scrolling through his comments. A hard object fell from the sky and bonked him on the head. Yu Jing yelped in pain. He looked closely. A familiar object was lying there. It's you. The instrument hooligan. Chapter 5, You nearly sent us all to our graves. The level 1 reward package produced a Swona. It had an orange-yellow bell and a black wooden shaft with 8 holes. In his past life, when a film required a Swona, the crew would invite an old master for a cameo, so Yu Jing was fairly familiar with this hooligan. At 30 centimeters long. It was clearly a small Swona. However, he was a director. What was he supposed to do with a Swona? Trash system, Yu Jing muttered. He had clearly filled in director as his profession. Even a camera would have been better than a Swona. When it bound to him, it hadn't given a single word of explanation, and it had been playing dead ever since. Yu Jing had complained it wasn't smart enough, and it looked like his foresight was spot on. System. System. He harassed it relentlessly. Can I exchange this for something else? Perhaps Yu Jing was just too annoying. The system finally came online, responding mechanically, Host, please be advised. All rewards are distributed based on the current world's background and your designated profession. Once a reward is issued, it cannot be returned or exchanged. Please be aware. A spark of inspiration hit Yu Jing. System, where did you get this Swona? The system, not understanding human subtleties, replied with its flat, synthetic voice, all rewards originate from the 21st century. Guaranteed genuine. Head guessed right. He had just died and come from the 21st century, so he was familiar with everything from there and felt no particular obsession. But the Donghua star system was different. To them, 21st century items were antiques. At this thought, Yu Jing dropped the cup he was halfway through drinking and grabbed a jacket. I'm gonna go sell it. He wouldn't have to worry about his livelihood anymore. He could film whatever he wanted, however he wanted. System, warning. Rewards issued by the system are strictly prohibited from being sold for monetary gain. If a reward is sold, the system will self-destruct. The host is bound to the system and cannot survive independently. Yu Jing, trash system. His get-rich-quick director's dream shattered. Yu Jing found everything irritating. As the morning sun rose, the rundown demolition district began to liven up. This place was a 3-hour drive from the city, almost like an urban village. Yu Jing lived on the 6th floor, right above a row of small restaurants and food stalls. The smells of food mingled in the air, and the faces of passers-by were full of smiles. A group of 10 children chattered as they ran past the street, heading to a nearby platform. It was the smoky, bustling atmosphere of real life. And from next door, the sounds of Ngha started up again. Yu Jing's mouth twitched. The good mood brought on by the peaceful morning was gone. He walked over to the wall where the sound was loudest and slammed his fist against it. Hey, neighbor. Letting the horniness go to your head first thing in the morning. Be careful you don't die of overexertion. The sounds next door paused for a moment, then came back even louder. Not only that, but they even started banging the floorboards. I damn well please. If you've got the guts, you can make some noise, too. Let's see who can be louder. A smile that didn't reach his eyes played on Yujing's lips. A competition? Fine. A competition it is. In this kind of city village, the apartment layouts were all pretty much the same. The window of Yujing's living room wasn't far from his neighbor's. He walked over to it, got as close as he could to the couple, and raised the swona. Bli. Yujing pointed the bell of the swona straight at the neighboring window, took a deep breath, and blew with all his might, his delicate face flushing red. The hooligan instrument lived up to its name. The high, piercing wail of the swona pierced the heavens, as clear and shrill as an eagle's cry. It instantly drowned out all the noise from the street below. The entire block went dead silent, as if someone had hit the pause button. Li. Yujing, lost in the moment, continued to blow with all his might. Clang! The neighbor's window slammed open, and the man inside roared, "Who the hell is that?" He turned his head and met Yujing's wide, innocent eyes. From above and below, a chorus of curses erupted. Which bastard did that? You scared the piss out of me. Get out here. God damn it. If you're gonna play, at least make it sound good. Stop making noise pollution, you asshole. Yujing stuck his neck out and yelled to his neighbors, "The big brother next door is engaged in some intense morning exercise. I'm just providing accompaniment for him. The upstairs neighbor. The shop downstairs. You nearly sent us all to our graves." At noon, Yujing sauntered downstairs to eat, the swona hanging from his waist. Gossip traveled fast. In just one morning, everyone knew, a young man had moved into building B, 6th floor, and had suppressed the entire block with a single instrument. After a delicious and cheap lunch, Yujing returned to his rental to grind out the next video. The big brother next door had finally quieted down. Even when he and his girlfriend were making out, they pointedly chose the room furthest from Yujing. The original owner had been deeply insecure about his lack of mental power. When he registered on Tianxian, he hadn't used his real name, just the auto-generated string of numbers. Yujing didn't want to type in that long string every time, so he simply changed it to his own name. The upcoming plot would involve more characters. Yujing opened the Tianshu app and once again searched for suitable actors. Free image authorization has its pros and cons, he muttered, his finger hovering between the free and paid options. The free authorizations can only perform simple actions and expressions. They can't be called real actors at all. It was just data generated based on the original person. It wasn't surprising. If virtual data could replace real people, actors wouldn't need to exist. Glancing at his account balance, Yujing decisively chose free. Man was the first fan to notice that Yujing had changed his name. After Lovesick Red Beans finished, Man, in a fit of passion, had joined the howling mob in the comments, and had even gone to Meng Xiaofeng's page to ask when the director would release the next part. Meng Xiaofeng told her the video used a free authorization, she had never even met the director. Man was stunned. Free authorizations had such limited actions and expressions. For the director to be able to film such a beautiful wuxia video, he must have so many ancient books at home. Why wasn't he using real actors? Now, the second part of Lovesick Red Beans had finally arrived. Grabbing a front row seat. Today, I must see them get together. I looked it up, that's a real wuxia poem. Does that mean the scenery in the video is real, too? It's probably just imaginary. Only director Yu Suyan's movies are real. But I think this is better than Yu Suyan's. This kind of short video, you're comparing it to a galaxy-famous great director? If you're that ignorant, go read a book. Stop embarrassing yourself. Shut up. If you want to fight, go fight somewhere else. Don't keep me from watching the video. From the initial flood of mockery and curses to the current audience defending him, Yujing had done it all with just one 20-minute short film. New characters appeared in the video, the heads of the Qing estate, King Lian's parents. A man with a goatee sat in a grand armchair, a cup of hot tea at his elbow. He tapped his fingers on the table, asking his daughter below with a kindly air, "Liana, the autumn wind is cold, and the first leaves are falling. Why do you still go to the garden every day?" A woman who looked somewhat like Qinglian had a flash of worry in her eyes. She asked tentatively. "Is something wrong with the study? Is that why you're lingering in the garden?" Qinglian was taken aback. She said gently, "Father, mother, your daughter is just bored. That's why I go to the garden. There is nothing wrong with the study." Qinglian's father nodded, satisfied. "You are older now. Starting tomorrow, have your mother teach you the art of managing the household. You cannot neglect your needlework and embroidery, either. Young Master Zhu is gentle-natured, and we know his family well. I feel at ease in trusting you to him." Qinglian, who had been standing with her head bowed, suddenly widened her eyes. Her shoulders gave an imperceptible shudder. The next day, when Qingyun arrived at the garden, he did not see Qinglian sitting by the pavilion railing. He waited from dusk until late at night. The deep autumn dew chilled him until his lips turned purple. He huddled under the rockery, stubbornly staring at the pavilion like a homeless stray dog. "You fool, go find her. You know where she lives." "Oh no, oh no. I smell angst. They're not going to break up over a misunderstanding, are they? Get lost, you trash old man. Stop interfering in young people's lives. If they break up, I'm going to assassinate the director." HSS. The tip of the needle pricked her soft fingertip. Qinglian snapped back to reality and quickly threw the needlework aside. A drop of blood landed on the white handkerchief, seeping in, becoming a jarring speck of red. The entire Qing estate was gossiping, praising the master for finding his daughter such a good match. In a corner, Qin Yun, who had been splitting firewood, threw down his axe and ran out frantically. Qinglian found a hairpin on her windowsill. She clutched it and smiled. And as she smiled, tears began to stream down her face. "You haven't even tried. How do you know you can't give me happiness?" She went to the main hall and, for the first time, defied her father. "Daughter does not like Mr. Zhu. I do not want to marry him." Her words stunned everyone. Her father was furious. "The Zhu family is wealthy, and he has formally and respectfully asked for your hand. You won't have to suffer or work when you marry him. What more are you dissatisfied with?" Her mother tried to persuade her, "Daughter, since ancient times, a marriage is decided by the order of one's parents and the words of a matchmaker. Your father and I would never harm you." Even the maid who grew up with her was confused. "Young miss, Mr. Zhu is one of the most talented young men in all of Jiangnan. After you marry, you can compose poetry together. The husband sings, and the wife follows. Is that not wonderful?" Qinglian was locked in the attic. She whispered, "But I don't know him. That's not a father, that's an enemy. Marrying his daughter to a man she's never even met. Isn't he afraid the man is abusive? Stubborn. Tyrannical. Qinglian's mom should teach him a lesson. Qingyun, are you a man or not? Hurry up and run away with Qinglian. This family is suffocating." As if hearing the audience's calls, King Yunho had been working silently ever since had entered the estate learned that Qinglian had been locked away. For the first time, he stood up straight and walked before Qinglian's father. "I am in love with the young miss, and I wish to ask for her hand in marriage." The wealthy master of the Qing estate laughed as if he'd just heard the world's greatest joke, bending over backward. "On what grounds?" Qinjian's gaze was heavy. "This one is a descendant of General Qiu Ling of Zhenyuan. Give me 3 years, and I will earn the title of a general's wife for Qinglian." He pulled out a jade pendant. "This is my proof." Qinglian's father inspected the pendant. Confirming it was real, he raised an eyebrow. "Fine. I will give you 3 years. Qing Yun. Let's strike palms as a vow. The scene changed. The young miss, learning that Qing Yun was going to join the army, secretly passed him a handkerchief. Embroidered on it was: red beans grow in the southern land. In spring, how many new branches bloom. I urge you to gather more. This best symbolizes lovesickness. The drop of blood she had shed looked just like a lifelike red bean, waiting for her beloved to return. The video ended. The audience was in a good mood. Next up is Kinjian's rise to power to get his wife, right? I'm so excited. Director, even though you're a cliffhanger dog, I won't curse you since you're updating so fast. Man closed her guangnao. She didn't feel the same joy as the other viewers. She kept replaying the scene where Qinglian refused to marry Mr. Zhu, and the entire household's confusion. Her stomach roiled. Even the parents who had raised her were confused, wondering what she was making a fuss about. They hadn't even listened to her explanation, just forcibly locked her in the attic. Blech. Man suddenly felt incredibly sick. She bent over and vomited up everything she had eaten for lunch. She clutched her chest, gasping for air, but her heart throbbed with a sharp pain. What are you trying to tell us? Chapter 6, An Upset at the Livestream Night. In the dim room, Kongli restlessly refreshed the rankings over and over. He stared fixedly at his vote count, chanting in his head, "Go up, go up." Only 2 votes away from the top 3. Only 2 votes. On the back end, his video, Wasteland Companion, received 2 more votes. It climbed into the top 3, and a small bronze badge appeared next to it. Kongli was ecstatic. He opened his guangnao to contact his manager. Bro, I made it into the top 100 wins of change chart. And it had only been 15 days. The submission contest lasted for a month. He could climb even higher. His manager was also thrilled, encouraging him, good, good, good. Go interact with the audience in the comments, rally for some votes, and tell them to pull their friends in. Kongli excitedly agreed. This Tianxian short video contest, themed Love, was aimed at newcomers. As a fresh graduate, achieving a top 3 rank was enough to make him tower over everyone else. But Ollie, there's one person you need to pay attention to. The manager's voice turned grave. Kongli was dismissive. He was already in the top 3. Besides the 2 people above him, who could possibly surpass him? Who do I need to pay attention to? Scroll down. The one at rank 99. At this, Kongli laughed contemptuously, feeling extremely impatient. He was already in the top 3. He needed to worry about the trash at the bottom of the list. This was his manager's problem. Always making a mountain out of a molehill. Once he took first place, the first thing he'd do after signing with Tianxian was get a new manager. Leave you after 7 years. Kongli couldn't afford to burn bridges with his manager just yet. He suppressed his impatience, opened the video, and hit 2x speed. The video was full of arguments, poverty, and domestic violence. In the end, the heroine had an awakening and left the male lead. Kongli had to admit, the suppress before you praise part of the video was well done. It fully expressed the heroine's helplessness, and her final walkout made the audience howl with satisfaction. But the story wasn't original. You could find similar videos everywhere. It was no competition for him. Bro, are you still half asleep? Kongli closed the video, speaking nonchalantly. The director of Leave You After 7 Years is nothing special. Not a threat. His manager was baffled. Leave You After 7 Years. He opened the Winds of Change chart, scrolled all the way down, and finally stopped at 66. When he woke up this morning, that video was still at 99. In just one morning, it had climbed to 66. A chill ran up his spine. The manager shivered. Something felt like it was crawling in his throat, making his voice tremble. Ollie, It's at 66 now. Conley was stunned. He quickly scrolled up. The heavy, inquish-style cover of a video came into view. He clicked on it, still complaining to his manager, ever since director Yu Suyan's Huaxia, Unpuzzled came out, these mother star films have been trying to make a comeback. A movie just trying to ride the coattails is nothing to be afraid. His voice died. The misty, rain-shrouded scenery of Jiangnan filled the screen. The curtains in his room blocked the sun, but Conley felt as if his eyeballs had been seared. He blurted out, "This is impossible." The only sound in the silent room was his own harsh breathing. The manager's tone was heavy. "Ollie, he just uploaded that video yesterday. To stand out from tens of thousands of videos in just 2 days and climb onto the top 100 chart, that speed was unheard of. He must have brushed votes. He must have." Conley paced back and forth, agitated. Yu Jing. He was sure had heard that name somewhere before. His manager suggested, "We can buy promotion. Not many people pay attention to the newcomer competition. Well, slam your video onto the homepage, get more eyes on it." Conley sneered. The one thing he didn't lack was money. Buy several promotions. And the actors for Wasteland Companion tell them to talk about the short film during their live streams. Conley had graduated from the Federation's best school, Yaoguang Academy. Had finished first in his class. An idol worshipped by all. Even his mentors had advised him to stay at the school for advanced studies. He was the brightest star in the crowd, the goal no one else could ever hope to reach. First place would be his, and his alone. Just grabbing for attention. Staring at the curses at the beginning of the video and the howls of despair at the end, Conley's expression was grim. "Report him to Tianxian. Someone is brushing votes." Yu Jing received several more applications. They were from Xingtao, who played King Lian's father, Tian Yun, who played her mother, and the male lead, Xiao Zai. Like Meng Xiaofeng, they were requesting authorization to use their characters' costumes and likenesses. It was a win-win collaboration. Yu Jing had no objections. After approving them, he planned to get back to grinding out the video's finale. "We regret to inform you that, following a report, your video is suspected of vote brushing. Until the investigation is complete, you are unable to perform any operations on your account back-end." Yu Jing. Who's such a bastard? Yu Jing was so mad he started whacking the sofa with the suona. His votes were all earned one by one from the audience. As long as they patiently watched the video, 9 out of 10 viewers voted. His back-end retention rate was staggering. After rising to the Winds of Change chart, had gotten better exposure, and his votes were shooting up like a rocket. Someone had surpassed must have gotten bitter and reported him. His account was frozen. He couldn't do anything. Yu Jing could only wander around the internet, bored. If the short video contest was for directors and creators, then the livestream night was the grand gala for actors. It was just as newcomers, Meng Xiaofeng and the others didn't even have the qualifications to walk the red carpet. They were just there to be filler. At 6 p.m. the livestream night began on time. Tiangshuan's official channel instantly flooded with over 100 million viewers, and the number was still climbing. A massive light screen was projected into the air. Yu Jing put his suona aside and grabbed a bucket of popcorn to kill time. Whoa, you can even switch the angles yourself. Yu Jing toggled the view, observing the entire venue. On the stream, entertainment reporters on standby were whispering. "Who are you here for?" "I'm squatting for Film Empress Song Rong." "Hee, I heard Film Emperor Pei Yi is also making an appearance." "I'm here for him. He's coming. Don't know if the info is solid." "Ugh, the Film Emperor and Empress are the heavyweight guests. We've got a long wait." Yu Jing nodded. The main stars always came last. No wonder these reporters were so unenthusiastic. If he wasn't curious to see how Meng Xiaofeng looked in costume, he wouldn't be watching the start of this stream either. Ha! Look! Who is that? Hearing their sudden shouts, Yu Jing adjusted the angle. Meng Xiaofeng, in full historical costume, had appeared. She had ultimately chosen King Lian's favorite green robes. It was a pale green long dress, the collar embroidered with an exquisite bamboo leaf pattern, the hem adorned with a few sparse strokes of green bamboo that seemed to come alive as she walked. Hanging from her waist wasn't just a sachet, but also the jade pendant Qin Yun had given her in the drama. She really gets it. Noticing that Meng Xiaofeng was intentionally mimicking King Lian's posture, every frown and every smile an effort to align with the demure young Miss persona, Yu Jing's satisfaction with her grew. On sight. Noticing Meng Xiaofeng's attire, the reporters and staff were all wondering who she was. A quick search online, however, yielded no results. The officials had been worrying about a lack of a hot topic. Seeing the curiosity gathering around Meng Xiaofeng, the main live stream camera slowly panned toward her. A few more cars arrived. It was Sheng Tao, Tian Yun, and Xiao Zai, who had all planned this. Meng Xiaofeng, her expression perfectly calm, walked over. Under everyone's gaze, she placed her hands at her waist and bowed to Sheng Tao, who was dressed as King Lian's father. "Father," she called out. Sheng Tao stroked his beard, happy to play along. "Aya, my good daughter." Other minor celebrities arrived one by one. Lacking any famous works, they could only put their efforts into their clothing. All kinds of luxurious, bright, jewel-encrusted gowns dazzled the crowd, nearly blinding them under the lights. Even so, most of the attention remained fixed on Meng Xiaofeng. Her temperament was serene, and she stood with demure grace in the crowd. Many people felt a dazed, absurd sense that an ancient noblewoman had accidentally time-traveled. Seeing it was time. The officials guided the group of starlets into the main venue. They would show their faces, eat, drink, chat a bit, and then the rest of the night would have nothing to do with them. Meng Xiaofeng maintained a perfect smile, elegantly picking up a small cake and bringing it to her lips. Sheng Tao and the others beside her did the same. "Xiaofeng, you really came in that?" Meng Xiaofeng turned, her smile fading. "Yes. I like this outfit." The speaker was Su Ainen, an artist from the same company. After Yu Jing had settled on his leads, had found it too troublesome to search for more actors and just grabbed others from the same agency. Su Ainen had played the maidservant. Meng Xiaofeng had asked her if she wanted to dress up together for the livestream night to generate buzz. Su Ainen had refused. Su Ainen, wearing a small, waist-cinching cocktail dress, looked Meng Xiaofeng's retro outfit up and down and covered her mouth. Giggling. Trying to be unconventional isn't the same as this. "Xiaofeng, what you're wearing is just weird." Meng Xiaofeng pressed her lips together, retorting unhappily, "What do you mean, weird? Do you dare tell everyone that Huaxia clothing is weird?" They were just a group of freshly debuted artists, no one was paying them any attention. Su Ainen snorted. "Just attention-grabbing." Meng Xiaofeng's eyebrows shot up. She nearly smashed her plate in Su Ainen's face. As they stood in a stalemate, a loud crowd approached. A group of established artists, like stars orbiting the moon, surrounded film empress Song Rong as she entered the venue. She scanned the room, and her eyes lit up when she saw Meng Xiaofeng. She broke away from the crowd and walked straight toward her. "What's your name?" The film empress, fresh off her third consecutive Washing Award win, asked kindly. The noisy hall instantly went quiet. Meng Xiaofeng was stunned by this sudden turn of events and didn't react. Su Ainen, beside her, boldly spoke up. "Sister Song. Her name is Meng Xiaofeng. She's a newly signed artist at Fuxing Entertainment, just like me." Song Rong nodded at Su Ainen. A flash of joy hit Su Ainen, who was about to press her advantage, only to see Song Rong move closer to Meng Xiaofeng, like a cat whose curiosity was piqued. "Hello, Xiaofeng. I love your dress." May I ask which designer's masterpiece this is? Meng Xiaofeng finally snapped back to reality. She stammered, it's from a short film I was recently in. I'm dressed as the character. It was too complicated to explain in a moment. Song Rong motioned for her assistant to give Meng Xiaofeng a private business card. We can have a proper chat after the live stream. This out-of-the-blue miracle nearly made Meng Xiaofeng faint. She nodded over and over, wishing she could find Yu Jing and kiss him. With the film empress setting the precedent, the other celebrities, whatever their true feelings, all put on curious expressions and eagerly came over to greet her. Meng Xiaofeng, Xing Tao, Tian Yun, and Xiao Zai were all grinning from ear to ear, clutching a thick stack of business cards. The other minor artists looked on with envy and jealousy. Why hadn't that director, Meng Xiaofeng's director, chosen them back then? Beside them, Su Ainan's face was twisted in regret. She clenched her fists, snapping her delicate, manicured nails. For the first time, she regretted her choice. When Meng Xiaofeng had invited her, she should have said yes. So what if it was a maid? If she could have networked with these big stars, forget a maid, she would have played a beggar. Chapter 7, Lovesick Red Beans. The finale. After film empress Song Rong handed over her card, Meng Xiaofeng gained 1 million fans overnight. And in the process, Yu Jing's video was dug up and swarmed. Here for the hype. Is this the character our Rong likes? Wah, so pretty. Is the authorization open? I want to get a set to wear too. Where's the rest? Did they get together? Director, where are you? You were updating daily. If you ghost us, believe it or not, I'll cut you. The director? The director was holed up in his rental apartment, bored and watching videos. His back end was frozen, and he couldn't even interact with the audience. Just as he was fuming, Tian Xian sent him a private message through the back end. Upon investigation, there are no issues with your vote count. We are extremely sorry for the trouble this has caused you. Yu Jing perked up and replied, who reported me? They'd better hope he didn't find out. Reports required real names. The staff member looked at the reporter's glaringly obvious title and sighed. How arrogant. Didn't even bother to hide their name. Just decided it had to be vote brushing, huh? Sorry, we cannot disclose that. Please continue to do your best in the competition. We hope you take first place and claim the crown to prove your excellence. Yu Jing caught the subtext in the staffer's reply. His short film, Lovesick Red Beans, had already climbed into the top 10. So, it wasn't one of the losers I left behind who reported me. Then which one of the top 9 was it? No longer dwelling on it, Yu Jing released the Lovesick Red Beans finale. Old Master Qing finally relented and let Qinglian out. He spoke to her earnestly, child, he does indeed have some ability. You are only 15. What's the harm in waiting 3 years for him? Qinglian wept with joy. Thank you, father. Thank you, mother. Your daughter has been unfilial and made you worry. A month later, a letter arrived at the Qing estate. It was from Qing Yun. He told Qinglian he had already joined the army and was just waiting to make his name before returning to marry her. His words were a balm to her worries. Qinglian was finally at ease and began to stitch all her hopes, one thread at a time, into her wedding dress. The matchmaker, wearing her red flower, came to propose marriage again. This time, old Master Qing chuckled and politely refused. My daughter is still young. She grew up by my side, and I want to keep her for 2 more years. The matchmaker advised, as the saying goes, a man must marry, and a woman must wed. Old Master Qing, a daughter's lifelong happiness is what's most important. Keep delaying, and you'll only breed resentment. The Qing estate was a prominent family in Jiangnan. How dare a lowly matchmaker speak to him like this? Old Master Qing knocked over his hot tea and stormed off. Someone. Show her out. He didn't notice that the matchmaker's face turned grim as she stared at the broken porcelain. The matchmaker went to the Shin estate. To a man who only showed his back, she said, trembling, "My apologies, young Master Shin. That old fool Qing Ji suddenly changed his mind. Says he wants to keep his daughter for 2 more years." The man, who was playing with a bird, paused. "Oh. 2 more years." The matchmaker, "Yes. I'll try to persuade him again in a few days. Thank you for your trouble, madam. I believe Qinglian will eventually be moved by my sincerity." A young servant standing nearby stepped forward and handed the matchmaker a bag of money. "Please take this money for some wine, madam. When you next go to propose, I hope you will speak a few good words for me." The matchmaker tested the weight of the bag, her face blooming into a wide, wrinkled smile. She nodded repeatedly. "But of course. Who in all of Jiangnan doesn't know that young Master Shen is handsome and elegant, a perfect match for the young miss of the Qin family. Sob, young Master Shen is so devoted. He's willing to wait. I guess they just aren't fated to be. LMAO, you can't even see who's playing young Master Shen. He's probably just a plot device for their relationship. Not important. Hehe, when do we get to the 3-year mark? I'm so curious what an ancient wedding looks like." From then on, at the beginning of every month, young Master Shen would send the matchmaker to propose. Qinglian couldn't bear the harassment. Facing the chattering matchmaker, she finally blurted out, "I already have someone in my heart. I am just waiting for him to return and marry me. I hope young Master Shen finds a good match soon." The matchmaker brought this news back to the Shen estate. She left with her sleeves bulging, having received who knows how much money. Afterward, to everyone she met, she praised young Master Shen's undying devotion. Her words were tinged with mockery, implying the Qin family didn't know what was good for them. 2 years passed. The letters from Qin Yun now filled an entire box. He told Qinglian he had been promoted to vice-general, and the day he became a general would be the day he returned to marry her. Old Master Qin laughed heartily. Good, good, good. I will wait for him to return and marry my daughter. The wife of a wealthy local family, how could that compare to a general's wife? Just as the entire Qin estate was filled with joy, at some point, a rumor began to spread through Jiangnan. Young Miss Qinglian of the Qin estate had given her heart to someone, and they had secretly pledged their lives. As the rumor spread, it twisted, becoming, Qinglian was pregnant, ready to give birth to a bastard. Old Master Qing went out to a poetry gathering. But the strange looks from everyone made him feel like he was sitting on needles. The Qin matriarch tried to attend a flower viewing party, but she was refused at the gate. The gatekeeper cursed, "How dare any filthy trash try to step into our home? Truly shameless." Filled with grief and indignation, she fled, covering her face. To make matters worse, news arrived at that very moment, Qin Yun had died in battle. The vicious rumors, the mockery in everyone's words, old Master Qing finally broke. When young Master Shen proposed again, he agreed. Qinglian was in disbelief. "Father?" In just a few short months, old Master Qing had aged greatly. His temples were full of white hair. At a glance, he looked like a dying old man. He walked over to Qinglian and knelt. "Lianer, Qin Yun died on the battlefield. The world is saying you are a ruined woman. It is a rare thing that young Master Shen is still so devoted. Father is begging you, just marry him. The Qin family's 100-year reputation cannot be destroyed in my hands. Do you want to see your father die, unable to close his eyes in peace?" By the end, old Master Qing was streaming tears. A father kneeling to his child was an offense against heaven. Qinglian collapsed to the ground. Finally, she nodded. "Ah, director, I am going to kill you. Don't marry him. Don't. That Shen bastard is up to no good. Hes the one who started the rumors. Qinjian's dead. No matter how the audience howled, the day arrived. Qinglian, wearing the red wedding dress she had stitched with her own hands, stepped into the bridal sedan. The curtain fell. The matchmaker smiled and yelled, "Lift the sedan." In the front, young Master Shen, on his tall horse, beamed as he greeted the crowd. Behind, Qinglian's parents' faces were all smiles. The swanas blared. Firecrackers popped. Everyone was celebrating the marriage. No one noticed the faint sobbing coming from within the sedan. When they arrived at the Shen estate, the matchmaker called, "Bride, time to get out." There was no movement from inside. The matchmaker just assumed Qinglian was throwing a tantrum. After calling twice more, she pulled back the curtain. The bridal veil had fallen away, revealing a face that was blue and purple. Someone's dead. Qinglian had hanged herself in the sedan. 3 days later, a magnificent horse galloped into Jiangnan. The rider urged his horse on, arriving at the Qing estate. He was met with the sight of an entire mansion draped in white mourning banners. The screen faded. Skyfuls of paper money fell like heavy snow, drowning all of Jiangnan. The bright, azure Qing estate turned into a black and white ink painting, slowly rolling up, signaling the end of the story. The audience stared at the words the end, their hearts burning with the desire to murder the director. The entire comments section was exploding. "You Jing, right? Don't ever let me see you. If I find you, I'll kill you. Damn it. Make a sequel and bring Qinglian back to life, or I'll nuke your personal page. You hear me? Go die, young Master Shen. Trash. Scum. Homewrecker. Eve never seen anyone so disgusting. 3 days. Qinglian, if you had just waited 3 more days you would have seen him. Ah, I am so mad. I am going to hack the director's data and make him change the ending." The emotions of interstellar people were passionate and direct. If you like someone, say it. If you don't love them, leave. It wasn't that the audience had never seen a tragedy. But in those, the protagonists usually separated because they fell out of love. They had rarely seen a pair of lovers separated by death because of rumors and gossip and by a margin of only 3 days. This move by Yu Jing directly caused the audience to have a mental breakdown. They cursed him out in the comments, then cursed young Master Shen, then cursed old Master Qing and his wife, and finally even cursed the male lead, yelling at him for not coming back sooner. As they frantically cursed Yu Jing, they also voted. Soon, his video had squeezed into the top 3, then the top 2, and was even closing in on first place. Not only that, acting on the principle of if I'm suffering, you're suffering with me, this group of broken-down viewers spontaneously bought promotions for lovesick red beans. They summoned all their aunts, uncles, friends, and neighbors to fall into the pit with them. Just like that. A heart-wrenching Huaxia love story was born from the mouths of the audience. They swore up and down that lovesick red beans was just as good as Huaxia, unpuzzled, a hauntingly beautiful love story that made everyone who watched it cry. Naive passers-by fell into the pit one after another. After watching, they also went insane and spontaneously joined the army of liars. Like a snowball, it rolled bigger and bigger. More and more viewers were tricked. 3 short videos had created a national spectacle of trickery. By this point, the votes for lovesick red beans were miles ahead, crushing second place with triple the votes. And it had only been 5 days. Yu Jing opened up commercial authorization on his back end. Many people saw the business opportunity. They paid a large licensing fee and worked overnight to customize the clothes, hairpins, jade pendants, and fans from lovesick red beans. Ready to sell them while the hype was high. They used the Mother Star brand and posted links on shopping platforms. A few hours later, the first batch of products was completely bought out by the grief-stricken audience. Many more viewers arrived late, only to stare at the sold-out shops. The video was over. The main characters got a bad ending. And they couldn't even get the merch. Damn it. This is all the director's fault. The extremely foul-tempered audience directly cursed Yu Jing, lovesick red beans, and the online shops right onto the hot search rankings. Yu Jing, what the hell does that have to do with me? Later, a fan explained to Yu Jing that the Donghua Federation had enjoyed a smooth and prosperous ride ever since its founding, and everyone was proud of the country. Given that social background, when they watched dramas, they watched Shuangwen feel-good dramas. When they read Shuangwen. Even in tragedies. It was usually just the protagonists falling out of love and going their separate, peaceful ways. A tragedy like Yu Jing's, where two people were in love but were separated by a cruel twist of fate and death, they really hadn't seen much of that. Especially when it was a Huaxia film, which came with a built-in goodwill bonus from the audience. You really couldn't blame everyone for having a mental breakdown and cursing out whoever they could find. Yu Jing let out a cold laugh. Haven't seen it? It's fine. They'll be seeing a lot more of it from now on. Yaoguang Academy, Directing Department. Yu Man shut off her guangnao and ran as fast as she could to her mentor's office. It was lunchtime. The professors were all resting in their offices. Yu Man pushed the door open, calling out before she even saw who was inside. Professor. Regarding the historical documents about ancient Huaxia cannibalism, I have a different opinion. Chapter 8. Afterthoughts. Yaoguang Academy, Directing Department. Man, doesn't Professor Wen have class tomorrow? Hua Yingying, who had met Yu Jing once, whined in a low voice. She hadn't finished her homework yet. She was planning to pull an all-nighter tonight. Yu Man coughed lightly. Don't worry, Yingying. The professor isn't going to make you turn in your homework. We'll probably have to rewrite it. Before the professor arrived, the two huddled together, whispering. Yu Bai cautiously approached Hua Yingying's side. His father had instructed him to get on good terms with her. May I sit here? The professor is about to start. Hurry up and sit down. Hua Yingying disliked Yu Bai's overly cautious demeanor. He looked like he was constantly being bullied. But for Yu Jing's sake, she held back a sarcastic comment, merely rolling her eyes and turning back to Yu Man. With the omnipotence of the guangnao, students could easily take classes from home. But Yaoguang Academy still retained the traditional model. In-person classes not only prevented students from slacking off but also motivated them and created a sense of mutual pressure. Hua Yingying nudged her friend with an elbow, asking curiously, why did the professor suddenly change the schedule? Yu Man looked up at the ceiling, her conscience pricking her. You'll find out in a minute. Yesterday, she had shown lovesick red beans to Professor Wen Haolan. The normally gentle professor had immediately gone ballistic. He hadn't just rambled on at her, he had proceeded to harass the entire office. Now, it was the students' turn. When the time came, Wen Haolan walked into the classroom with a spring in his step. He tapped the desk, opening the holographic projector. Class, today we are going to watch a short film and analyze it in the context of the historical documents we've been studying. When Wen Haolan smiled, thin wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes, making him look even more refined. At this moment, however, in the students' eyes, it was an inexplicably loathsome sight. Many students responded with a listless groan. Watching a film as a class was a regular activity, 3 times a week, but the thought of having to write a report on it afterwards sucked all the joy out of it. Melodious music filled the classroom. Yu Man noticed many students suddenly perk up. They sat up straighter, their eyes full of excitement. It's lovesick red beans. I just voted for it yesterday. You've seen it, too. I voted, and I also cursed out the director. Same. The director is too hateful. Qingmian is so pitiful, she was only 3 days away from seeing her beloved again. Wen Haolan, ahem. The buzzing in the classroom instantly died. He tapped the desk to remind them, watch closely. and connect it to the a cursory look at Huaxia document from the other day. The students' spirits lifted. Oh! The girl they all longed for, the one who had filled them with such heartache, appeared again. She stood in the scenery of a march in Jiangnan, her dark eyes filled with a worldly innocence. The sight made the students' noses tingle, and the resentment in their hearts for the director rose to a new level. An hour later, when Haolan wiped the fog from his glasses and sighed. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. The entire Yaoguang directing department had 20 classes and over 1,000 students, but all of them combined didn't have an ounce of Yu Jing's spiritual insight. In the document Professor Li restored last week, it was written that ancient Huaxia was a man-eating society. After watching this short film, speak your minds freely. Yu Bai raised his hand. The ancient period was Huaxia's most distant past. At that time, they probably didn't even know what technology was. Food and productivity were extremely low. So, the eating people in the document was perhaps a last, desperate choice in a time of famine. Others nodded in agreement. Wen Haolan looked a little disappointed. Is that all? Yu Bai froze, as if he'd been slapped. His cheeks flushed bright red. He pressed his lips together, his eyes slowly turning red. You man, I think eating people has another meaning. Wen Haolan nodded, pleased. Yu man began to speak, her voice calm and her thoughts clear. Why ancient Huaxia was man-eating Yu Jing has already told us in his own way. Why did Qinglian die? Did she hang herself? No. The truth is, the rumors and gossip are what forced her to her death. The matchmaker just used one vague statement to slander Qinglian, leaving her to suffer in silence. At that exact moment, Yu Jing was reading the hot comments. A few days had passed. The audience had finally calmed down and begun to carefully analyze the film's context. The hot comments were no longer a one-sided flood of curses, but rather all sorts of conjectures based on historical records. Slow fish, this is a short film worth watching over and over. In just 1 hour, it tells the story of Qinglian's life, from bloom to decay. At first, I didn't understand why they liked each other but wouldn't confess. I thought, is Yu Jing's personality just that shy, making his films so reserved? But now I see, the entire ancient era was like that. The Qing estate is a cage, imprisoning Qinglian. Her father can betroth her to a stranger with a single word. Her mother claims it's for her own good. A single, half-true rumor can cause irreversible consequences. The entire society is like a spider's web, trapping Qinglian and suppressing her every attempt to resist. I love Qinglian, that's right. I looked it up all night. According to data released by the Federation, in ancient times, there was a rule that males and females should not sit together after the age of 7. This was true even for biological siblings, let alone for a secret engagement. Qinglian was too foolish, she never should have said it. Who is Trashen? I finally understand the suffocating feeling I got while watching. The white mist didn't just shroud Jiangnan, it shrouded our vision. The women of ancient times were so pitiful. A single rumor could kill. Slowfish, and that is what makes it a man-eating era. In the classroom, Yu Man concluded, the eating people in the document probably has 2 meanings. One is the literal exchanging children to eat during a famine. The other is the oppression of women by the society of that time. After a moment of silence, the classroom erupted in thunderous applause. Wen Haolan nodded, gratified. The internet is full of people saying lovesick red beans is just a tragic fantasy. I don't think so. The characters and costumes may be fictional, but that social atmosphere I believe it was real. Speaking of which, the highly respected professor made a smiling suggestion. Yaoguang Academy's 100th anniversary celebration is coming up. Why don't we invite the director to visit the academy? The students were stunned for a second. Then, a loud, collective sound of grinding teeth filled the room. Yu Man and the other students smiled brightly. We agree. TSK. Still so angry. Yu Jing, who was scrolling through his hot comments, let out a huge sneeze. Goosebumps erupted all over his arms. Ollie, are you okay? The manager pulled open the curtains. The piercing sunlight dispelled the darkness in the room, and he could finally see Kong Li, sitting silently in the corner. A vein throbbed on Kong Li's temple. He was glaring at his Guangnao as if it were his mortal enemy. He refreshed the back-end over and over. The stagnant vote count made him unbearably agitated. He kicked the coffee table over. Damn it. Kong Li tore at his hair and roared at his manager, the promotion wasn't good enough. Keep pushing it. It must be a lack of exposure. That's why no one is voting for me. That must be it. The manager's voice was dry. It's already on the homepage. Are you sure he didn't brush votes? To get on the top 100 chart in 2 days, and then, after getting on, to shoot up to the top 10 like a rocket. Then the film Empress gave him even more exposure, and the tragic ending made the audience unable to let it go. If this was all calculated, it was terrifying. Sometimes, the manager even suspected this Yu Jing was related to a Tianxian staff member. The staff replied. He didn't brush votes, Kong Li said. His eyes were bloodshot, and he felt a trace of despair. The gap was too big. So, what if Head climbed to second place? The first place director, Yu Jing, had 3 times his votes, and it was still rising. Ollie, I'll go find the water army vote bots, the manager said, his eyes darting away, not daring to look at Kong Li. Don't worry. They're all real name verified accounts. They can't be traced. It's just a bit more expensive, but you're not short on money. Kong Li's voice rose. You want me to brush votes? It's not brushing, it's buying votes. The manager retorted. Others relied on their own strength to climb to first place. He, on the other hand, could only buy votes to close the gap. I'm not short on money, but I will never brush votes. A glass smashed at the manager's feet. Kong Li was hysterical. I haven't failed to that extent. Wasteland Companion carried his dream. It was his first work after graduation. He would never taint it like this. He paid for promotion to let more people see it because he believed his work would win the audience's love. What was the point of buying votes? Those people weren't voting for him because they liked it. They were only doing it for the money. Just go. Kong Li slumped to the floor, defeated. He opened his Guangnao and, for the first time, watched Lovesick Red Beans without prejudice. He focused on savoring the 60-minute short film. Time flew by. Kong Li rubbed his sore eyes, feeling even more frustrated. Fuck, it really might not be as good. Ding, you have a new message. Kong Li opened it. Yaoguang Academy's 100th anniversary celebration, inviting the top 100 newcomer directors. He casually swiped it aside. It was his alma mater. Of course he would go. Then, Kong Li froze. The top 100 Yu Jing would be there too. When Yu Jing received the invitation, he was at his window, practicing the suona. The instrument hooligan had, in a short time, become the local tyrant of the block. Every time it sounded, it drew a crowd. This morning, as the street below grew noisy, Yu Jing opened his window and took a deep breath. Bilibala da 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 bilibala. The big brother next door finally broke. He threw open his window. Bro, I'll call you bro, okay? Just stop making that noise. Yu Jing was indignant. What do you mean noise? I'm practicing. He could definitely play 2 tigers for everyone, no problem. The neighbors above and below laughed. Yeah, it's not noise. Keep going, Xiao Yu. It sounds pretty good once you get used to it. Better than other noises. Staring at his neighbor's miserable face, Yu Jing asked sincerely, want me to play you a good luck comes? Slam. The window shut. Ding, you have a new message. Yu Jing raised an eyebrow. Yaogang's 100th anniversary celebration. Come to think of it, Yao Guang was the original owner's alma mater. And Yu Bai was currently a junior there. When the original owner graduated, that little whelp Yu Bai had even given him a gift. Yu Jing decided he'd like to return it on the original owner's behalf. Chapter 9, Too Deeply Immersed. Xiaofeng, we've got work. Her manager, Brotherly, pushed the door open and strode in. Seeing Meng Xiaofeng with her legs crossed high, he quickly shut the door and reminded her, legs down. Feet together, sit to the side. Meng Xiaofeng was in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, her hair in a clean ponytail. As she turned her head, maple leaf earrings collided with a pleasant, tinkling sound. Without makeup, her features had a sharp, defined look. Hearing her manager's scolding, Meng Xiaofeng buried her face in her hands and wailed, "Brotherly, give me a break. I really can't be Qinglian every second of the day." Meng Xiaofeng's booming voice gave her manager a headache. He pressed his forehead, all right. A few directors contacted me, said they have some roles that are perfect for you. Come take a look and see which one you like." Meng Xiaofeng dropped her hands, blurting out in surprise, "So soon?" She was a new graduate, with no experience and no works to her name. When she was assigned to Brotherly, she thought she'd be warming the bench for a good while. She never expected to get a job in her very first month. Brotherly sighed with emotion. "Your luck is good. When you signed, I never thought you'd get a small break this quickly with a historical drama." While the hype for Lovesick Red Beans was still high, Meng Xiaofeng needed a few more works to convert this massive audience into her own fans. Looking through the scripts, Meng Xiaofeng found it odd, the roles they're all young mistypes. In the corner of the lounge stood 3 clothing racks, holding every one of King Lian's outfits and accessories. The manager rubbed his nose. After all, the impression Qinglian left on everyone is too deep. For the next 6 months, I'm afraid you're going to be typecast. Meng Xiaofeng was thoughtful. It was a mixed blessing. The role of Qinglian was unforgettable, but she'd be living in its shadow for a short time. After one show gets popular, there are always copycats. All the invitations Meng Xiaofeng received were for Huaxia historical dramas. After careful filtering, she finally chose a role that was less like Qinglian. She shared the news in the group chat and was immediately met with a flood of complaints. "Sheng Tao, don't get me started. When I went to the company this morning, everyone asked me why I didn't shave my beard." "Meng Xiaofeng, why would they ask that?" "Sheng Tao, they said, with the beard, I look just like old Master Qing, and it gives them the urge to punch me. They want revenge for Qinglian." Crying.jpg. Tian Yun, are you as miserable as I am? My manager got me a mother-in-law role. When I went to the audition, everyone praised how well-preserved I am. Laonyang is only 33. Just because I played King Lian's mother, everyone thinks I'm 200 years old. Will I ever get to play a young girl again in my lifetime? QAQ. Meng Xiaofeng, Xiao Zai, what about you? How are things? Xiao Zai. Meng Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Xiao Zai, I got a script. The character has a wedding crashing scene. The director told me to perform it well. Okay, no need to say more. Everyone understood the director's meaning. They wanted Xiao Zai to make up for his past regrets. Meng Xiaofeng held back as long as she could, but finally caved. After checking with the others, she sent the chat log to Yu Jing, complaining that everyone was taking the drama way too seriously. On the surface, it was a complaint. In reality, she was building a rapport with Yu Jing, making herself memorable so he'd think of her first if a suitable role came up. Yu Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned around and posted the chat log online, telling everyone to cool it, and to please not actually punch the actors if they ran into them. The audience laughed uproariously, all while flooding Yu Jing's comments, demanding to know who played the interfering young Master Shen. They definitely wouldn't hit him, they just wanted to curse him out a bit. Ah, who is young Master Shen? I'm dying of curiosity. He only ever showed his back. Don't even have a target for my anger. LMAO. Data comparison. My AI told me the back has a 90 match with Xiao Zai. I'm donating this AI tomorrow. After the Lovesick Red Beans finale, the audience's regret over the bad ending converted entirely into rage. They cursed for days. The most cursed were the matchmaker and young Master Shen. The actress who played the matchmaker was a real rogue. Black Red Infamous is still Red Famous. After cursing her, the audience would feel guilty and compensate her. She didn't care at all. But as for young Master Shen, the audience had turned the entire internet upside down and still couldn't find the actor. It made them howl with frustration. After finally cooling down, they stopped cursing. But they were still dying to know who he was. Yu Jing, having had his laugh, made a rare appearance in the comments. I feel bad for your AI. It actually wasn't wrong. Audience. Holy shit, it really was Xiao Zai. A huge crowd whooshed over to Xiao Zai's page to gawk, their comments dripping with sarcasm. You've got some nerve, kid. You play the servant, you play the general, and you were young Master Shen, too. LMAO. I cuckolded myself. Are you okay? TSK. If this were 2 days ago, I'd have come to your company to block ambush you. Xiao Zai was stunned by Yu Jing diverting the disaster onto him. The honest kid, still thinking about boosting Yu Jing's popularity, just posted a simple reply. Xiao Zai. The crew was too poor. All actors in the film were on free image authorization. The cameo was also planned. Please understand. The audience had long since realized Lovesick Red Beans was all free authorizations. They just thought the director liked it that way. They never thought it was because he was poor. The audience was stunned. They whooshed back to the Tianxian video site and started smashing the tip button for Yu Jing. They didn't hold back their votes, either. A frenzied barrage pushed his vote count to 10 times that of second place. Now, Yu Jing really didn't have to worry about anyone surpassing him. He grabbed a gray hoodie from his closet, put it on, and stepped into a pair of sneakers. As he got to the door, he turned back, went and got the suona, and hung it from his waist. It was a bizarre, mismatched outfit, but the people downstairs were used to it. Many greeted Yu Jing, complimenting him that his good luck comes was sounding better and better. Yu Jing replied to each of them. When he reached the platform, a bus was just arriving. He scanned his guangnao and found a seat in the back. After the Donghua Federation became the master of this star system, they did their best to restore what they had brought from the mother star. Institutions with official backing, like the Tianxian video site and Yaoguang Academy, were founded around the same time. Tiangshuan's 100th anniversary celebration was still ongoing. In 5 days, it would be Yaoguang Academy's 100th anniversary. When the original owner left the academy. Wah! A heart-splitting cry interrupted Yu Jing's memories. Up front, a child of about 5, mouth full of blood, was sprawled on the floor, wailing. The mother in the seat next to him was shaking violently with suppressed laughter, aiming her guangnao at the kid rolling on the floor. Clearly intending to film this Black History embarrassing moment. The other passengers joined in. Get up, kid. Your mom's about to film you crying. Careful, you'll never find a wife. Ha ha ha, is he losing his teeth? He didn't knock one out, did he? Io, this kid has great lungs. Been howling for 2 minutes straight. Yu Jing frowned. The kid's shriek was deafening. When he opened his mouth to cry, it seemed to pull at a wound. Blood gushed out, quickly covering his chin. Hey, there's a hospital at the next stop. You should take your kid. Before he finished, Yu Jing saw the child leap up in a rage. 2 round ears popped out of his head. His teeth lengthened, thickened and he turned into a bare-head humanoid thing. His serrated teeth bit down on the railing. The steel railing, as thick as a wrist, snapped with a crack. The mother, still smiling, turned to Yu Jing. What were you saying? It's too loud in here, I didn't hear you. Yu Jing. Nothing. Everyone seemed so normal all the time, had almost forgotten. This was the interstellar era, where everyone could evolve. It was also the original owner's greatest source of pain. The mom slapped the back of the kid's head, making him change back. The bear kid, now braver, snarled at his mom before reluctantly changing back. The mom pulled a tissue from her bag, wiped the blood from his chin, and the fingernails-sized wound healed in a few breaths. Yu Jing's expression was complicated. For the first time, he had a clear, stark understanding of the interstellar era. The bus stopped. Yu Jing got off. The towering gates of the academy came into view. A group of rowdy students walked past him. Yu Jing tentatively scanned his guangnao at the gate. Beep. The gate opened. The robot guarding it responded, "Welcome back, young student." Yu Jing strode inside. A vibrant, youthful energy hit him. He could hear deafening cheers from the sports field in the distance, and a late student was sprinting full tilt. In the middle of all these groups of students, Yu Jing's calm, quiet temperament made him stand out. Yu Jing. Yu Jing turned. Hua Yingying, arm in arm with another girl, was staring at him in surprise. When the other girl heard the name Yu Jing, her expression became extremely agitated. "You don't have class." "Hua Yingying, class is this afternoon. Are you back for the anniversary?" Yu Jing looked at the familiar yet strange scenery, replying nonchalantly, "Yeah. A 100-year anniversary is a big deal. A lot of people have probably come back, right? Yaoguang Academy welcomed graduates back for further studies. Around this time, many graduates were probably rushing back." Yu Jing had also applied on his guangnao. The girl next to Hua Yingying leaned in and asked mysteriously, "Yu Jing? As in? The Yu Jing who's won on the Tianxian Winds of Change chart?" Yu Jing raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" "Hi. I'm Yu Man. I'm a huge fan. Can I have your autograph?" The girl grabbed Yu Jing's hand and shook it up and down, her eyes shining, looking like she wanted to pat him down. Hua Yingying pulled her friend back, telling her not to be so loud. They had a public lecture that afternoon, so the two of them just dragged Yu Jing along to the large lecture hall. Just before class, Yu Bai entered the room. He habitually scanned for Hua Yingying. When he saw Yu Jing beside her, his face darkened. He quickly plastered on a surprised expression and said loudly, "Brother. What are you doing here?" Everyone in the hall looked over. Someone muttered. "Brother? You mean Yu Jing? The one who got kicked out for plagiarism? He actually has the nerve to come back." Chapter 10. The Entangled Red Mirror. The classroom fell dead silent. Many students' faces lit up with gossip, and they began whispering to their neighbors. Yu Jing plagiarism. A flash of understanding hit Yu Man. She finally remembered why the name Yu Jing had sounded so familiar when Lovesick Red Beans first went online. "Yu Jing, you're Yu Bei's brother, from Class E?" Yu Man asked hesitantly. The plagiarism incident had been a huge scandal. Class E was full of young masters and misses who were just coasting. Although Yu Bai was a bit annoying, he was still their classmate. Everyone had been furious, even talking about settling the score. They only let it go after learning the person had graduated early. Yu Jing propped his chin on his elbow. His gaze drifted between Yu Bai and the student who had just spoken. "That's right," he said lazily. "Class E. And I graduated half a year early, too." His slender, jade-like fingers tapped lightly on the desk. Yu Jing's eyes curved, his face a mask of innocence. "You're so sure I plagiarized?" Did you see it happen? The student who had accused him stood up and said loudly, "Your script was identical to Yubei's. How can you say it wasn't plagiarism? How could the Yu family have someone like you? You're a disgrace to Director Yu." Yu Jing dug through his memories and had a flash of realization. "Ah, I was wondering who it was. It's Yubei's lackey, Zhu Yu. He hasn't even spoken, and you've already started barking. So dutiful. But you should be more careful when picking a master. If you choose a thief, you'll be the one who's humiliated in the end." Zhu Yu's face turned ashen. He looked like he wanted to punch Yu Jing. Yu Jing tossed the problem to a frozen Yu Bai. "Little brother, you tell us. Who exactly copied whom?" The entire class attention focused on Yu Bai, waiting for his answer. Yu Bai was trembling. He looked up, his face pale. His eyes red. He just repeated, "I didn't copy. I would never plagiarize." Yu Jing sneered. The original owner's lack of mental power had made him deeply insecure. Yu Bai had put on a good act back then, showing so much concern that the original owner had naively handed over his script, hoping they could work together to make a great film. He never expected Yu Bai to erase the original owner's name and claim the work as his own. After a year or two of this, the original owner finally despaired. But before he could tell the truth, Yu Bai counter-accused him, forcing him to graduate early. "Well, this is a problem. How about we have a competition?" Yu Jing suggested with a smile. "This lecture is bound to have an in-class assignment. Let's see who wins. The loser is the one who plagiarized." "Can you even do that?" Zhu Yu was furious. "Nonsense. That's not how it works." "Why not?" Yu Jing leaned forward on the desk. His eyes narrowing like a fox. His words were merciless. "It's not like I'm crazy enough to plagiarize someone inferior to me. That waste, Yu Bai he had a level mental power but zero imagination. Without the original owner's scripts, he was nothing." Yu Jing had no trouble looking down on him. The professor for the lecture entered the classroom. Yu Bai could only find a seat, nervously biting his nails. Why did Yu Jing have to come back? Why couldn't he just stay a homeless stray? Thinking about what he had done, Yu Bai managed to calm himself. "It's fine. Yu Jing is an idiot. He has no proof those scripts were his." "That's right. He can't prove anything." The old professor noticed the new face. "A new student?" he asked kindly. "I came back for the 100th anniversary celebration, and to take a few advanced courses," Yu Jing said. His face the picture of obedience. You'd never guess he was the one who had just been on the attack. The old professor was pleased. He had poured his heart into every student, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. He always worried about how they were doing out in the world. It was wonderful that a student knew to come back to continue learning. After the 2-hour lecture, the professor did indeed assign homework: write a script based on the theme of mist. A student raised their hand. "Professor, have you seen Lovesick Red Beans?" The class burst out laughing. A student with a good memory was deep in thought. The director of Lovesick Red Beans was also named Yu Jing. Was it just the same name? Or was it the same person? If it was the same person, would he really need to plagiarize? Many of the students were starting to waver. The professor readily admitted it. "Class, to welcome Yaegang's 100th anniversary. We have decided to select one script to be filmed as the directing department's official group project. The archaeology department was doing an artifact exhibition, the mecha department was doing a combat performance, and so were the art and photography departments. Everyone was showing off their skills. In past years, the directing and acting departments had worked closely, one films, one acts. This year would be the same." After saying goodbye to the two girls, Yu Jing got up and strolled out of the classroom. Someone immediately blocked his path. "Did you really plagiarize?" Calmly grabbed Yu Jing's collar, his voice seething. He couldn't accept that the person who beat him was a plagiarist. Yu Jing pulled out his suona. He aimed the bell at Kong Li's ear and puffed his cheeks. BI. The high-pitched wail was like 1,000 screaming chickens roaring in his ear. Kong Li's vision went blank, his ears rang. And his body went limp. He could feel countless notes jumping around in his brain. Uncontrollably, a dense layer of scales erupted on his arms. When the ringing finally subsided, Kong Li heard Yu Jing say in a pitying tone, "If your ears are deaf, get new ones. I already said he plagiarized me." Walking past the frozen Kong Li, Yu Jing noticed the horrified expressions on the other students in the hall. He raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with you?" The students instinctively looked at the suona at his waist and swallowed hard. "That's an ancient artifact. It must be. It's not in a display case, there's no preservative field, you're just wearing it on your hip. Are you insane?" Yu Bai returned home, ignored his mother's calls, and ran to the study. He stood at the door and knocked lightly. "Enter." He would not lose. Yu Bai pushed the door open and summoned his courage. "Dad, for the anniversary celebration. The professor is going to pick one script to film as a group project. Can you guide me?" Yu Jing went home, quickly wrote a script, and sent it to the professor's inbox. The next day, he went back to Yaoguang for class. The directing curriculum of the interstellar era was very different from the 21st century. He couldn't rely on the original owner's memories alone. The professor today was his mentor, Wen Haolan. He had clearly heard about yesterday's events and wasn't surprised to see Yu Jing. At the end of class, as the students watched in anticipation, Wen Haolan announced, after a joint decision by all 7 professors, Yu Jing's The Entangled Red Mirror and Yu Bai's model couple have been selected. Yu Jing. Clang. Everyone turned. Yu Bai's water bottle had smashed onto the floor. His face was hideous. "That's impossible," he cried. His father had guided him on that script. How could Yu Jing possibly be better than his father? Yu Bai lowered his head, his dark bangs hiding the vicious look in his eyes. Zhu Yu patted his hand and stood up to protest. "Professor, Yu Jing is a plagiarist. And he's already graduated. This isn't fair to us." Many students agreed. They also wanted a well-known work to come out of the anniversary. Yu Jing had already left the academy. What right did he have? Yu Jing had just dashed off the script, he didn't care about the event. But he was more than happy to make trouble for Yu Bai. "If it weren't for that false accusation, I would be a 4th-year student. And again, did you personally see me plagiarize?" Wen Haolan didn't know who had copied whom, but he was willing to give Yu Jing a chance. Besides, last night, the other 7 professors had taken turns persuading him, nagging him relentlessly to include Yu Jing, sticking to him like dogskin plaster. Head had no choice but to agree. He made the final decision. "Yu Bai, Yu Jing. Take your scripts to the acting department next door. See who is interested in participating." The decision sent a huge shockwave through all 20 classes in the directing department. Even the acting department found out, the joint project would be led by Yu Jing and Yu Bai. He already graduated. Why is he coming back to join in? At lunch, a student from Class A was complaining bitterly. A student from Class E happened to pass by and sneered. "You say graduated, but wasn't it you guys who forced him to drop out?" Class A student, "That's because he plagiarized our class Yu Bai. He's shameless. I've never seen a brother like that. Yu Bai is just too kind, that's why he let himself be bullied." The Class E student rolled his eyes. He didn't like the meek Yu Jing either, but he had to defend his class honor. It's not even clear who copied whom. Yu Bai probably ran home to Director Yu again. TSK. Must be nice having a famous teacher. Yu Jing won on his own merit. The Class A student choked, retorting stubbornly, "Maybe this script was plagiarized, too." The Class E student, Pa. You look disgusting when you're in denial. Just as a fight was about to break out, a peacemaker jumped in. Stop, stop. We're all dead if the professor finds out. Yu Jing was eating when Man stormed over, fuming. She slapped a sign-up sheet on the table, grabbed her cup, and chugged a full glass of water. What's wrong? Hua Yingying asked. Man, I'm so mad. I went to invite Lobo and Leng Ming from Class A, and they said they wouldn't act in a plagiarist's movie. I asked them how they knew he was a plagiarist, and they just shut up. Pa. Lobo and Leng Ming had been cast in an idol drama in their sophomore year, becoming the new it boy and girl. They had 30 million fans on Starblog and were major figures at the academy. When they heard what Man was there for, they practically had disdain written on their faces. They clearly looked down on Yu Jing. Yu Jing shoveled the last bite of rice into his mouth, his cheeks puffed like a hamster. They're on good terms with Yu Bai. They've probably both joined his team. Yu Suian had made it clear he didn't care for his timid older son and favored his younger son, Yu Bai. To ensure their own future careers, they would never get close to Yu Jing. Sucking up to Yu Bai was the smart move. Man sighed. What do we do? The mentor said this has to be a joint project. If no one from the acting department joins your team, how will you film? Get me the list for the acting department. I want Class ES. Man instinctively frowned. Class E is the worst class. You want them? Yu Jing smiled. Man, I came from Class E, too. Man realized her mistake. Sorry, I forgot. After all, the person in front of her was more brilliant than any student from Class A. She had subconsciously forgotten he came from Class E. Soon, Yu Jing had selected a few names and sent out applications. The actors were ecstatic. As the bottom-of-the-barrel class, they never thought Yu Jing would actually choose them. Man was in charge of assisting Yu Jing. She pulled them all into a group chat, and Yu Jing uploaded his script. Yu Jing, take a look. If there are no objections, we start filming tomorrow. Xiao Yutong, who was cast as the female lead, opened the script for the entangled red mirror and read the first line aloud. When you were born, I was not. When I was born, you were old. Chapter 11, The 100th Anniversary Celebration. When Xiao Yutong arrived at the academy the next day, her eyes were bright red and bloodshot, with dark circles underneath. Man leaned in, gently touching her eyelid. HSS, she winced, frowning. They're so hot. Who bullied you? Your eyelids are swollen like buns. Was it someone from Yubei's team, mocking her? No, no one bullied me. Recalling the script Yu Jing had dumped on her, her heart, which had just calmed down, clenched again, and her nose tingled. I was up all night studying the script. I just got too immersed. Man understood. Even though Xiao Yutong was from Class E, she was still a student at Yaoguang. Out in the real world, she'd be considered excellent. Getting immersed was just a basic skill. And besides, recalling her own sleepless night after reading the entangled red mirror, Man ground her back teeth. Her back hunched, her figure swayed like a female ghost, and she radiated a powerful aura of resentment. Can't he just write a normal script? When Yu Jing arrived, he ignored the resentful vibes coming from their backs and asked Xiao Yutong cheerfully, have you memorized the script? If so, well, start right away. Let's try to finish in one day. Xiao Yutong nodded. Senior Yu Jing, this is my first time in a formal shoot, and your first time directing, so let's work on this together. If there are any problems, you can tell me. Yu Jing tilted his head. Huh. This isn't my first time shooting. You're the rookies, not me. That, he had to make clear. Man slapped her forehead. Other than her and Hua Yingying, it seemed no one knew that Yu Jing was the director of Lovesick Red Beans. Without explaining further, Yu Jing, already mapping out his shots, led them to the practical application classroom. Inside, a row of large eggs was lined up. A person could lie inside, connect to the network, and construct scenes for filming. It was way more convenient than a guangnao. If you had the imagination, you could even create your own world. Yu Jing had thought about using a shooting pod for Lovesick Red Beans, but one look at the price. And he immediately snuffed out that idea. After connecting to the network, his vision went dark. Yu Jing recalled the storyboards Head drawn last night. An invisible hand seemed to move through the space, assembling the scenes from his mind one by one. A bustling, lively street slowly appeared. Pedestrians brushed past Yu Jing's shoulders, as if he were in a real world. Confirming there were no more additions, Yu Jing finally allowed the waiting Xiao Yutong and the others to enter. When Xiao Yutong came in, her clothes automatically changed to the outfit Yu Jing had preset, a white, off-the-shoulder top, a high-waisted skirt and small heels. She looked like a bright, youthful university student. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, her dark pupils were full of curiosity. She was no longer Xiao Yutong. She was the protagonist, Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, arm-in-arm with an NPC, walked past an antique-style shop. Through the glass. The vintage decor made her stop, curious. "There's a shop over there. Want to go in and see?" Yu Jing ruthlessly transformed into a set tyrant. He worked the rookies until they were dazed. The entangled red mirror wasn't long, and they'd finished most of it in one day. When they finished for the night, Yu Jing climbed out of the shooting pod and transferred the film to his guangnao, planning to pull an all-nighter editing. Xiao Yutong got out and just stared at him with her rabbit-red eyes. As she stared, she let out a wail and burst into tears. During filming, she'd been scolded every 10 minutes. The worst part was, Yu Jing's points were all valid. She'd been reprimanded so badly she was having a crisis of confidence, terrified he'd be unsatisfied and replace her mid-shoot. And if she couldn't even meet Yu Jing's standards, who would hire her after graduation? QAQ. Yu Jing didn't mind. Back in the day, had even made male actors cry. A little girl who hadn't even graduated probably hated his guts right now. He went home and edited through the night, cutting redundant shots to keep the pace fast. He worked until the early hours, and after confirming he only needed a few pickup shots tomorrow, he let out a long sigh. He logged into his Tianxian backend and posted an update. Yu Jing, Yaoguang 100th anniversary. My new film will premiere at the gala. Stay tuned. The audience, having already watched Lovesick Red Beans once or twice, was overjoyed. They thought he was busy brainstorming a new film, but had silently gone off to the Yaoguang celebration. Yu Jing is a Yaoguang student. No wonder. As expected of Yaoguang, where all the geniuses gather. The director, Kong Li, is also a Yaoguang graduate. The Yaoguang Mecha department is super famous, too. Truly the one academy in the Federation. FCK. I only hesitated for a second. And when I went to reserve a spot for the gala, they were all gone. But there were plenty just now. At the Yu family. All the strength drained from Yu Bei's body. He staggered and collapsed onto the sofa. He stared at Yu Jing's new post, his vision turning black. Yu Jing. It really was him. Before they had their falling out, Yu Bei had heard that Yu Jing was uninspired and couldn't write. Had only been gone from home for a few days, and had already made a historical drama. He was a liar. He had been tricked. Yu Bei stared at his guangnao, wishing he could devour Yu Jing whole. He kicked the table, sending a loud bang through the room. What's going on? Yu Suyan's voice called from upstairs. I can't let father know. Yu Bei steadied himself, his voice returning to normal. It's nothing. I just bumped into the table. The next day, Yujing finished his pickup shots, sent the film to Wen Haolan, and washed his hands of the rest. When Yubai went to find Wen Haolan, the professor was engrossed in watching the entangled red mirror. He snuck a glance. On the screen, a fashionably dressed heroine was shopping. Yubei's expression filled with relief, and his steps became much lighter. Thank God. Yujing was filming a modern drama this time. Last night's announcement had proven it. Yujing was the director of Lovesick Red Beans. Yubai had been forced to accept it. But historical dramas weren't that easy to make. His father's Huaxia, Unpuzzled, had been polished for 3 years before it was shown. Yujing had just gotten Dogs Hit Luck and managed to make one. See? Now he was forced to film modern dramas, just like everyone else. On the day of the anniversary, Yaoguang, which was rarely open to the public, was quickly swamped with a sea of people. The school had also invited Film Emperor Pei Yi and Film Empress Song Rong. Yujing caught a glimpse from afar, but they were swarmed by a crowd, leaving only a fleeting view of their backs. Yujing had no interest in the leadership's long-winded speeches. After checking in, he tried to head to the mecha department, but the roads were completely blocked. "Hey, student! Come help us out." As he was walking, Yujing was grabbed. A girl with a sharp eye circled him twice, looking like she wanted to kidnap him. Yujing was curious. "For what?" "Our cosplay club needs a model for a historical costume. Come help us out. 5,000 credits an hour, just for 1 hour. You in?" Yujing's spirits lifted. "No problem." When he got to the club's event area, Yujing was stunned. There were so many Qinglians, so many Qinglian cosplayers. The girl tossed Yujing a young Mastertian outfit and told him to change, assuring him, "Don't worry. The audience has cooled down. No one will hit you." He went to the changing room, put on the wig, and changed his clothes. He even grabbed a fan and snapped it open. Yujing was handsome to begin with makeup, his features were almost androgynous. Now, with his ink-black hair tied up, his sharp brows slightly raised, and a careless smile on his lips, he truly lived up to the phrase, "The man on the path is like jade, a gentleman unmatched in this world." The moment he stood there, a crowd gathered. "Can I get a picture?" a young girl asked, full of hope. Yujing smiled. "But of course." "Whoa, even his tone is a perfect match." The girl clasped her hands to her face, squealing, and impatiently opened her guangnao, taking 3 quick shots. In no time, a long line had formed in front of him. News of the unmatched gentleman in the cosplay club spread through the campus like a whirlwind. After one boy got his picture, he asked, "Who are you cosplaying as?" Yujing spread his arms, showing off the exquisite sachet and jade pendant at his waist, and the gilded bone fan. He added, mischievously, "I'm cosplaying young Master Shen. Can't you tell?" The rowdy crowd behind him went silent. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, suspecting they'd misheard. Yujing laughed. "Still want to take a picture?" From the crowd, someone ground their teeth and said, viciously, "Yes. FCK, even the villains are this good-looking nowadays." Yaogang's anniversary was pretty much what Yujing expected: leadership speeches, student council presentations, various exhibitions. At 6 p.m., everyone began to gather in the auditorium. The campus was massive, like a small city. The mecha and directing departments were so far apart you had to drive. At the auditorium, Yujing followed the invitation to his seat. It was right next to a stiff and complicated-looking Kongli. Behind them were the other directors from the top 100 wins of Change chart. Seeing Yujing, with his youthful face, sitting in the one seat, many of them felt a pang of jealousy. After the host's speech, the opening event was a mecha demonstration. The directing auditorium was getting a live feed, which was also being streamed online. Yujing stared at the mechas without blinking, his heart pounding at the dazzling attack patterns. He wished he could go up and pilot one himself. You like mechas? Kong Li, next to him, couldn't help but ask. Yu Jing replied offhandedly, what man doesn't? It was just like in his last life. After becoming a great director, his favorite thing to film was action movies. Had always been pumped when writing them and just as juiced when filming. Then why didn't you enroll in the mecha department? Kong Li thought darkly that if this person had joined the mecha department, he would be one right now. Yu Jing just wanted to watch the mecha show. It wasn't a real battle, just a lot of flashy performances, but Kong Li's nagging was as annoying as a fly. Yu Jing couldn't take it anymore and waved his hand. Shut up. You're annoying. Kong Li turned his head, fuming. He just hoped the film shown tonight wasn't another historical drama. If it was a modern one, he'd be sure to laugh his ass off. Honored guests, and our viewers watching the live stream. Next, let's enjoy the short film jointly produced by our directing and acting departments, Model Couple. This was Yu Bei's script. Yu Jing perked up. He was curious to see now that Yu Bei didn't have the original owner to leech off, what kind of script could this little waste possibly produce? Chapter 12, The Heroine's Attribute is Husky. Model Couple was a modern romance drama. The heroine, Ling Ming, was a newcomer who had just entered the entertainment industry. Scouted at graduation, she dove in, but because she refused to dine with investors, she was still a nobody 3 years later. In A Hero Saves the Beauty moment, the heroine met the male lead. Later, the male lead, who was being pressured by his parents to get married, found her and offered her a 1-year contract as his wife. Ling Ming, already infatuated from the rescue, happily agreed. Yu Jing mused. The marry first, love later trope was common. But the assignment's theme was missed, which meant the protagonists wouldn't end up together. How would they miss? In the drama, it had already fast-forwarded to their wedding. With a tycoon as her backer, a huge investment was dumped into a project, and the heroine finally landed a role, the second female lead in a major production. I heard the female too, Ling Ming brought her own funding into the crew. Even the female one has to make way for her. The director is scratching his head trying to figure out how to add scenes for her. Ling Ming, does she have any works from before? None. 3 years, not a single one. If she hadn't latched onto a sugar daddy he. 2 staff members were gossiping in a corner, not far from the heroine, whose face was pale. Not only that, but after 3 years, her acting was a complete mess. 10 minutes into shooting, the director had already yelled cut 5 times. Back at home, Ling Ming knew her husband had stomach problems and kept irregular hours. She personally cooked him stomach-soothing congee and waited for him to get off work. She waited until the small hours of the morning, dozing at the dining table. She was startled awake by the sound of the door. Her husband, reeking of alcohol, walked in and, without a word, pinned her down. In the struggle, the congee she had painstakingly prepared was knocked over. On top of that, Ling Ming was constantly bullied on set by the director and the female lead. She cried every time she came home. But to keep her husband from worrying, she would dry her tears before he got back, pretending nothing was wrong as she took care of him. One day, mentally and physically exhausted, Ling Ming fainted. Before she lost consciousness, she struggled to call her husband. He was in a meeting, glanced at the call, and ignored it. Ling Ming lay on the cold floor. 3 hours later, she regained consciousness, crawled up, and called an ambulance herself. The audience began to mutter, dissatisfied and angry on the heroine's behalf, cursing the male lead as trash. How could a guy like that even find a wife? Yu Jing was lost. Isn't this just a classic 21st century scumdoormat story? Yu Jing, who had been anticipating some kind of twist, lost all interest. The ending to a scumdoormat story was either terminal illness or a car crash. Pick one. He opened his palm. In it lay a fish-shaped jade pendant, a gift from an enthusiastic girl during his cosplay session. He tossed the pendant high. It spun in the air, its pale green catching the auditorium light like a firework, attracting the gazes of several people nearby. Clack. The jade fish landed back in his long fingers and was enclosed in his hand. Conley, who had been watching intently, frowned. The short film is still playing. That's disrespectful. You should be watching with a learning attitude. Scales up, it's a car crash. Scales down, it's terminal illness. Wanna guess? Conley rolled his eyes and ignored him completely. Whatever issues Yu Jing had with you by Model Couple was a short film worth studying. Yu Jing was clearly leveraging the success of Lovesick Red Beans to look down on everyone. Arrogant. Haughty. He'd get what was coming to him sooner or later. Yu Jing opened his hand. The side with the fish scales was facing up. He squinted, like a child who had found candy. It's a car crash. As the film neared its end, the male lead was finally moved by Ling Ming. The two went on a sweet vacation. In a crowded plaza, the heroine's new movie was playing on a big screen. People nearby praised her, saying her acting had improved rapidly. The two smiled at each other. The petite Ling Ming burrowed into the male lead's arms as they slowly walked away. Just when everyone thought it was over, the scene suddenly changed. Ling Ming got sick. The male lead rushed her to the hospital. In the end, Ling Ming, curled up in his arms, smiled and closed her eyes. A sigh came from beside him. Yu Jing turned to look. Conley's jaw was tight. As the credits rolled, he hung his head, dejected. How could that be the ending? Yu Jing ignored him, staring at his palm in disappointment. TSK. It wasn't a car crash. It was terminal illness. Conley. Are you even human? Come to think of it, this whole love and loss trend was probably started by Yu Jing's Lovesick Red Beans. This guy was the culprit. An upbeat song and a lively dance performance dissipated the gloomy mood, allowing people to gradually forget the sadness of Model Couple. It was approaching midnight. Yu Jing frowned. The gala was almost over. Had his film been cut? And now, let's enjoy the final program of the evening, The Entangled Red Mirror. Conley instinctively looked at Yu Jing. He was leaning back lazily, idly flipping the jade pendant in his hand. His gaze darting around the room. He seemed more interested in the audience than in his own film. Not nervous at all. Conley turned back to the screen, fuming. The opening shot of a modern street made his eyes go wide. He blurted out, "It's not a historical drama." A buzz went through the surrounding rows, mixed with more than a few looks of schadenfreude. The man with the 8-character mustache behind Yu Jing leaned forward, his voice a little too high, a trace of pleasure in it. You didn't film a historical drama? Lovesick Red Beans had been a historical drama. The Yaoguang anniversary was a massive event with countless viewers. Yu Jing wasn't pressing his advantage. Could it be his talent was all used up? Yu Jing couldn't be bothered to deal with them. He shoved the man's face away. "Shut up and watch, and you'll find out." The man sulkily pulled back, muttering, "What's to be arrogant about? Without the historical drama advantage. A fresh graduate like you is just a rookie. This guy thinks I only got one because of the historical genre." Yu Jing didn't pull his punch. "Get lost. I don't talk to morons." The man almost slammed his fist into the back of Yu Jing's head. Just see what Yu Jing had to be so arrogant about. Xiao Yutong wasn't as delicately beautiful as Ling Ming, but she had lovely almond eyes, a high-bridged nose, and full, red lips. When she laughed, her face was full of a student's bright, flying spirit. The heroine's name was Jiang Yen, an archaeology student. Her uninhibited personality made her a hit with her classmates, and the professors all adored the quirky, clever girl. One weekend, Jiang Yen was shopping with a friend and passed an antique shop. A dated dresser in the corner caught her eye. As if possessed, she bought it and brought it home. So expensive. My entire allowance is gone, and I had to borrow from my friend. Back home, the girl wailed, rolling around on her bed. Opposite her, the red dresser's mirror reflected her anguished expression. Jiang Yen truly loved the dresser. She carefully wiped it down, inside and out, and arranged her cosmetics inside, stowing her jewelry in the drawers. That night, she casually left an ancient history book she was reading on the table, changed into her pajamas, and fell into a deep sleep. After she entered her dreams, the dresser's simple mirror flashed with a faint light, gone in an instant. What is that? There's a fluffy ball lying here. In a daze, Jiang Yen heard noisy talking. She rolled over, fumbling for the blanket to cover her head and go back to sleep. The feeling of a sandy, gravelly floor shocked her. She snapped her eyes open. It moved. It moved. It's a demon. Jiang Yen, in her bunny pajamas, instinctively cursed back, "You're the demon. Your whole family are demons." The snow-white rabbit ears on her hood, sensing their master's agitation, sprang straight up. Wah! The ears are moving. It's a rabbit demon. The screams pierced the sky. The crowd shoved each other, scattering in a panic. Quick, go find General Yunfei. In the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the heroine was tied up like a dumpling by the alarmed soldiers and dragged before a man. After she explained herself hoarse, they finally gave her a change of normal clothes and believed she wasn't a demon. I told you, they're pajamas. Jiang Yen, now in a simple robe, huffed. Simulated rabbit fur. Super comfy for sleeping. The man, a sword at his hip, coughed lightly, looking at the sky, the ground anywhere but the disheveled heroine. The master of the manor was Bai Yunfei. At only 20, he was guarding the border. Rumor was he was a vicious god whose name alone could stop children from crying. Who knew he was actually this shy? Miss, where are you from? I'm currently homeless. Jiang Yen was miserable. She was stranded in ancient times with no one to rely on. She had to find a way to stay in the general's manor. The border was a dangerous, mixed bag. General Yunfei, fearing she was a spy, played along and let her stay. She clumsily put her hair up and changed into ancient skirts. When she wasn't looking for a way home, she was running amok in the manor, her eyes shining as she geeked out over the furniture and antiques. There was an identical dresser in her room. The girls suspected it was her key home and pestered the mirror constantly. Not only the dresser, but even Bai Yunfei's battle armor was nearly stripped off him. Bai Yunfei had never met such a brazen, scrappy girl. He clutched his chest with one hand and held her head back with the other, his ears bright red with embarrassment. You are a girl. How can you be so indecent? Jiang Yen was speechless. What are you thinking? I'm not interested in you. Just your armor. From then on, Bai Yunfei never wore his armor at home again. Jiang Yen then set her sights on his sword, trying every trick she could think of to just touch it, but she never succeeded. She flopped onto her dresser, muttering non-stop. The mirror, as if it couldn't take it anymore, shook violently. With a tui, it spat her back to the present. Jiang Yan's completely baffled expression made the audience in the auditorium laugh so hard they nearly blew the roof off. They had never, ever expected the plot to go this way. The dresser she bought had sent her to ancient times. Ha ha ha, the director is a genius. I want to dream travel to ancient times, too. Help. I'm willing to bet Jiang Yan's evolved form is a husky, a purebred. Her house-demolishing moves are way too practiced. Where can I buy that dresser? I want one, too. QAQ. Chapter 13. The heroine, a house-wrecking husky with endless energy, received unanimous praise. Even the directors in the back, who held ill will toward Yu Jing, had to admit the heroine's character design was incredibly likable. She was lively and bold, but not impulsive, quirky and clever, but knew when to advance or retreat. Every action showed her actively exploring this new world. The outside world rumored that the male lead, Bai Yunfei, was a vicious demon, the Azura general guarding the border. When they first met, the heroine was so scared she trembled like a quail. Only after spending time with him did she discover he was a total rookie who would blush just from talking to a girl. The contrast was massive. The audience felt like they were watching a gentle Labrador trying to fend off an overeager husky. How did you even think of that? A plot about time traveling to ancient times. Kong Li, who secretly resented Yu Jing's arrogance, held back for as long as he could, but finally struck up a conversation. He looked away. His expression extremely awkward. Initiating contact with Yu Jing had taken all his courage. If Yu Jing had mocked him, Kong Li probably would have fled in humiliation. Yu Jing tilted his head, confused. Does the interstellar era not have the time travel genre? I mean, marry first, love later clearly exists. Kong Li shook his head, sighing. No. This is the first time I've seen this genre. The Great Migration 1,000 years ago, so much data was lost. Then, a huge number of Mother Star's original inhabitants died in the fight for territory. We can only rely on ancient books. You're the first director to ever film someone traveling back to the Mother Star. Yu Jing understood. Their thinking was simply limited. There will be more in the future. You can wait and see. A cryptic smile played on Yu Jing's lips, making Kong Li's heart skip. He blurted out. You know something? Know what? That all those devastating love stories between ancient young misses and talented generals have been popping up. When one show gets popular, there are always copycats. Lately, Tianxian had been flooded with angsty, ancient-themed romances. Some viewers were indignant, feeling Yu Jing was the pioneer, and ran to his page to complain. Kong Li, aren't you angry? Yu Jing was puzzled. Why would I be? Film and television should be 100 flowers blooming. The collision of different ideas often creates wonderful sparks. A thriving, 100 schools contending is what I want to see. These descendants were no worse than him. As long as they opened their minds, their inspiration could even feed back into his own. Yaoguang Academy had been founded for 100 years, continuously supplying a stream of high-quality talent to the outside world. The centennial celebration was a gathering of top figures from every field, and a major event for the entire network. Speeches. Exhibitions. After watching the live stream all day, the audience was even more tired than the people at the venue. Before the gala, many people had visual fatigue and were unenthusiastic about everything. The lively gala, full of laughter and drama, was much more interesting than the tedious speeches. When model couple began, many people's eyes lit up, and they sat up, re-energized. After watching the short film, some viewers raised questions. The emotions are so delicate, the transitions so smooth. Is this really a student's work? I'm a loyal Yu Suian fan. I can tell with one look he definitely had a hand in this script. Didn't you guys know? Yu Suian's two sons are both at Yaoguang. One plagiarized and dropped out, the other had his script stolen. The two films at the gala tonight are by his two sons. For real. Who copied whom? My sister told me. One of Yu Suian's sons plagiarized the other. I don't know who did what. If you want to know, just keep watching. The directing department only has 2 programs anyway. As the audience waited anxiously, on pins and needles, the gala finally reached its last program. The heroine's antics in the entangled red mirror made everyone howl with laughter. In the drama, Jiang Yen was kicked back to the present like a bag of trash. She was baffled for a long moment, then let out a joyous scream. Woohoo! I'm finally back. An ancient era with no toilet paper. Get lost, get lost, get lost. She couldn't tell anyone about her time traveling, so she spent her free time researching. When she was wrecking the house at the general's manor, she wasn't just messing around. She had been memorizing small details from inside the manor and bits of information from idle gossip. The Great Yen Dynasty General Yunfei Jinyue Pass. Her friend, who was researching with her, found it odd. You love ancient artifacts. Why are you suddenly so curious about a dynasty? Jiang Yen brushed it off. She went home with nothing, and fell asleep, disappointed. When she opened her eyes again, she was standing in front of a helpless-looking Bai Yunfei, wearing a black cat onesie, the tail on her but swaying. Miss, a cat this time? Jiang Yen, yeah. She didn't notice the blazing joy in her own eyes at Bai Yunfei's exasperated question. The curve of her smiling lips made Bai Yunfei's heart stir. Jiang Yan's range of activity expanded. Every time she went out, the old woman from the east would stuff a flatbread in her hand, and the old lady from the west would scold her for being a mud monkey while fixing her hair. She didn't get much information, but her waistline grew a full size. Just as Jiang Yan was getting more determined, the atmosphere in Jinyue Pass grew heavier by the day. The housekeeper worriedly told her a war was coming. The smile on Jiang Yan's face froze. She flopped onto the dresser, staring at the mirror. The next day, she made a long list of strange requests. 3 days later, she handed Bai Yunfei a bottle of alcohol. I don't know anything about war, but I know a little medicine, Jiang Yan said, clapping him on the back as if to say it's all on you. Use this to disinfect. It can prevent wounds from festering. It would be a damn shame to survive the battlefield only to die of an infection. Jiang Yan is such a good girl. Brave, smart, and kind. The director handled this plot point well. Jiang Yan didn't research alcohol for Bai Yunfei, but for the soldiers protecting the country, for the old woman who gave her bread, for the old lady who did her hair. I love this heroine. He really wrote Jiang Yan so well. The alcohol Jiang Yan produced saved countless soldiers. The entire Jinyue Pass was grateful, describing her as a fairy descended from heaven. Confirming her feelings for Bai Yunfei, the bold girl charged straight in and confessed. Perfectly displaying the passion of an interstellar person. The love was mutual, and they quickly got together. Another week passed. The mirror sent Jiang Yan back again. She had figured out the pattern, the mirror activated every 7 days. She just had to wait patiently. Yan, I'm at your door. That Jinyue Pass you asked me to look up, I found it. Her friend shouted excitedly through the guangnao. Jiang Yan opened the door. Her friend walked in, carrying a stack of materials. The Great Yen Dynasty was a kingdom from 3,000 years ago. There's very little data. This is all I could find. The borrowed books were placed carefully on the dresser. Her friend paused. Is this that dresser you bought? Why does it look so much dimmer? Jiang Yan's eyelid twitched. She rushed over. It was just as her friend said. The carved redwood around the mirror was dull, and 2 of the 3 magpies had peeling. Cracked paint. How is that possible? Jiang Yan frantically stroked the magpies. She had gone to the past twice, and 2 magpies had cracked. Did this mean she only had 1 chance left? Okay, forget about it. You can always repaint it. Come look at this info. That General Yunfei you mentioned, the records say he died at age 20. A young general who died protecting his country, such a pity. The girl in front of the mirror froze. I smell angst. Damn it, director, can't you just give them a happy ending? Heh, betting the director is Yu Jing. Same exact playbook. The male lead will be dead when she goes back. Don't stop me. I'm going to assassinate the director. This time, the audience guessed wrong. When Jiang Yan crossed over for the 3rd time, Bai Yunfei was still alive. He was elated that, with the help of the alcohol, most of his soldiers had survived. He handed his personal sword to Jiang Yan, letting her hold it. In an era of reserved expression, Bai Yunfei was even more introverted. Even as the love in his chest erupted like a volcano, the only way he could show it was to give Jiang Yan the sword he valued as his own life. Jiang Yan, her mind heavy, only gave it a passing glance. Ignoring Bai Yunfei's disappointed expression, she worked up the courage to tell him the truth about where she came from. You are going to die. You'll die at age 20, in a battle to defend the city. Bai Yunfei was exactly 20 years old. He listened quietly. He didn't panic, nor did he accuse her of talking nonsense. He only handed her a handkerchief when her eyes turned red. Were the people in the city saved? He asked softly. Jiang Yan bit her lip and nodded hard. She immediately saw his eyes light up with a starry glow. He smiled, satisfied. There was no fear, no worry, only the calm of a moth flying into a flame. I'm sorry. I know my feelings, but I can't give you a future. Jiang Yan snapped, viciously. Shut up. She wouldn't give in to fate. She grabbed the medical officer and frantically drilled him on medical knowledge, wishing she could pry his skull open and shove it all inside. What if she could change the future? Yu Jing had thought for a long time about how to handle the ending. In the end, he didn't make Jiang Yan witness the battle. After she had taught the medical officer everything she knew, she smashed the dresser. Even so, she couldn't stop her fate of returning to the present. She was in a daze for a long time. One day, Jiang Yan was walking down the street, her expression vacant. On a large screen nearby, a host's excited voice reported. Recently, archaeologists have unearthed an ancient tomb. The owner is the Azura general of Jinyue Pass from the Great Yan dynasty. Bai Yunfei inside the coffin was only a sword, and a portrait. The woman in the painting is sitting in a tree, wearing a pair of rabbit ears. A couple nearby was arguing. Rabbit ears, was it a fantasy, or a demon? Doesn't matter. To hold on to it even in death, she must have been very important. The two walked away, hand in hand. Behind them, Jiang Yan stared blankly at the screen. Like a lost child who couldn't find her way home, she squatted down and wailed, as if to vent all her grief and unwillingness. Her heart-ripping despair made everyone's nose tingle. A loud sob erupted next to him. Yu Jing looked over. Kong Li was violently wiping his nose, tears streaming down his face like an open faucet. Is it really that serious? Yu Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That question flipped a switch. Kong Li broke down, grabbed Yu Jing's collar, and shook him. His voice grew louder, attracting the attention of the entire auditorium. Can't you just be normal, normal, normal? How hard is it to give them a happy ending, you bastard? This was the director. The teary-eyed audience looked like they wanted to pounce on him and eat him alive. They were now as devastated as they had been happy just moments before. Yu Jing stared at the hands on his collar and pulled out his suona. The gala isn't over, you can't. Clang! The suona smashed him on the head, leaving Kong Li dizzy and seeing stars. He clutched his head, unable to recover. I can handle you even without playing it. Yu Jing sneered, calmly straightening his collar. Speak nicely. Don't use your size to bully the weak. Kong Li. You're the one fking bullying me. The audience's glares were burning a hole in Yu Jing's back. Even the host, when he came on stage, had bloodshot eyes. He choked back sobs as he delivered the closing remarks. Yu Jing had no idea that the internet had already exploded. It's over. Allow me to mail the director a razor blade, and then he'll be back to curse. So weak. What's one blade? I just sent a truckload. If Yu Jing were here, I'd kill him. It's the director's sick fetish. He loves watching his audience break down. Place your bets. Place your bets. Comparing the two films, who do you think copied whom? Chapter 14. The audience finally remembered the rumors that had been flying in the bullet comments before the gala began. One of Yu Suyan's sons had plagiarized the other. Some viewers, skeptical at first, had gone to great lengths to contact students from Yeagang's directing and acting departments, who confirmed the rumors were true. An identical script. So, who copied whom? The director of the entangled red mirror is Yu Jing, so model couple must be Yu Bei's. Embedding Yu Bai is the plagiarist. What makes you say that? I say Yu Jing copied. Take off your fan goggles before you bet. Without the historical drama bonus, Yu Jing can't hold a candle to Yu Bai. You can even tell from Yu Suyan's attitude that he doesn't like Yu Jing. You're right about that. I've heard rumors on set that director Yu Suyan thinks his older son, Yu Jing, is useless and has never liked him. Pa! Try to hide your sour grapes. Even without the historical bonus, Yu Jing is way better than Yu Bai. He's the most inspired new director I've ever seen. Even the professors are giving him the green light. Stop fighting. I made a poll. Come vote. The audience, furious from arguing, clicked the link and smashed the vote button as if they had a personal vendetta against their guanyas. The red and blue bars shot up, but Yu Jing's bar grew twice as fast as Yu Bei's. It was clear he had far more supporters. The audience was adamant. I may want to strangle the director, but Red Mirror was genuinely amazing. Anyone who can make that wouldn't be stupid enough to plagiarize. In the front row of the auditorium, Film Empress Song Rong, dressed in red with her dark hair up, pressed her lips together. Her eyes were still glistening with tears. She got immersed easily. Just by putting herself in Jiang Yan's shoes, her heart ached. Song Rong couldn't shake the feeling, and she desperately needed to talk about it. He's an incredible kid. Only 22, I hear. Song Rong dabbed her eyes, sighing to the actor next to her, Pei Yi. When I was 22, I was just wasting my days. He's already made 2 deeply moving films. The gap between people was just too great. On her left was a new business tycoon, and on her right was film emperor Pei Yiboth famous Yaoguang graduates. Her words made everyone around them nod in agreement. Pei Yi's gaze lingered on the director's section for a moment before he gave a curt It was rare to be at a gala just for fun, and Song Rong's inner gossip suddenly flared. Which did you like better, model couple or the entangled red mirror? Something she said triggered him. A flash of disgust crossed Pei Yi's eyes, and his lips pressed into a thin, hard line. The temperature around him plummeted, and Song Rong reflexively rubbed her arms as goosebumps broke out. Pei Yi lowered his gaze, his entire aura turning to ice, pushing everyone away. The tycoon, who knew Song Rong well, gently tugged her arm and gave her a subtle shake of his head, warning her not to provoke Pei Yi. Song Rong frowned, wondering what she'd said wrong. Come to think of it, Pei Yi had never played a role with a romantic subplot. He was famous for breaking contracts rather than filming a love scene. What was with him? Yu Jing was in the first wave of people to leave. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid the furious audience would mob him. In the dead of night, the urban village was dark, save for the buses still running and a few scattered lights. Yu Jing walked quietly down the path, kicking a small stone ahead of him. A round mechanical ball floated over, its electronic eye flashing data. A soft blue light blinked. Resident, Building B, 6th floor. How may I assist you? The village was a rough area, so patrol bots were common at night. Seeing Yu Jing out so late, the bot was checking if he was causing trouble or in trouble. Yu Jing waved it off. I'm just heading home from the gala. We hope you had a pleasant evening. It is late. Good night. Help, I'm being robbed. A sharp cry came from the distance. The bot in front of Yu Jing instantly turned menacing, its blue light flashing to scarlet as it shot toward the sound. Yu Jing saw at least 10 other bots converge on the area. He frowned and hurried home, his resolve to make money and move out even stronger. He was exhausted. After uploading the entangled red mirror to Tianxian, he ignored the plagiarism accusations in the comments and passed out. The next morning, he saw the poll. He was crushing Yu Bai with triple the votes. A small smile touched his lips, and he forwarded the link to the Red Mirror production group chat. Yu Jing, forward this to your class groups. Make sure it gets out. Hua Yingying and Yu Man were happy to help and forwarded it immediately. The actors, who had gained a lot of popularity from the film, didn't dare defy their director and promised to share it far and wide. Yu Man, what are you planning? Yu Jing, I'm fishing. The bait is in the water. Now we see if the fish will bite. This, after all, was his main reason for returning to Yaoguang. The celebration was 3 days long. After the main events on day 1, individual classes had their own programs. Yu Man cornered Yu Jing on a tree-leaned path with an invitation. Class A is putting on a play. You should come. Yu Jing shook his head. I'm not in Class A, so I'll pass. Crashing the public lectures was one thing. But forcing his way into a specific class event would just make people uncomfortable. Then are you going back to Class E? I heard they're doing a cosplay event. Lovesick Red Beans is so popular, I heard 5 different classes are doing a tribute. Nope. I'll just wander around. It'd be great if I could get into the mecha department. I really want to see a mecha up close, Yu Jing said, his eyes full of longing. Yu Man was baffled. If you like mechas so much, why did you enroll in the directing department? Man, can I speak with my brother for a minute? Yu Bai looked awful. His eyes were bloodshot, his usually neat hair was a mess, and he was panting, as if he'd been running all over campus to find Yu Jing lazing in the grove. Yu Man glanced at Yu Jing, worried, and didn't move. It's fine. I actually wanted to say a few words to my little brother, too. Yu Jing put a sharp emphasis on the title, making Yu Bai's face pale even further. All right. I've got stuff to do. If you need anything, find Yingying. Who knows where that crazy girl ran off to? Yu Jing leaned casually against a nearby plane tree. Sunlight dappled through the leaves, making him seem distant and hard to read. What do you want? Yu Jing asked, completely unbothered. Yu Bai took a deep breath, struggling to control his temper. You told me you were uninspired. That you couldn't write. You lied to me. If he had known Yu Jing could still write, he never would have burned that bridge. He would have kept him on the hook and continued to milk him for all he was worth. Of course I lied. Just like you lied to me. We agreed to work together. I'd write, you'd direct. But in the end, whose name was on the script? Only yours. How do you have the nerve to come here and question me? At this, Yu Jing couldn't help but laugh. He looked Yu Bai up and down as if he were some bizarre creature. Yu Bai couldn't stop the contempt from spilling out. You were the one who didn't even dare to look people in the eye. All your life, you were so insecure about having no mental power. You walked with your head down, shoulders hunched, stammering, timid as a mouse. Nobody liked you. Not even your classmates of 4 years. Besides me, who else ever gave you the time of day? Who? Thinking this, Yu Bai puffed out his chest, looking down at Yu Jing with pity. I was wrong, okay. I shouldn't have been so greedy. Brother, let's just make up. It can be just like before. You write the scripts, and I'll direct. Yu Jing laughed so hard he bent over. He stepped out from under the tree into the full sun. He stretched his arms wide, like he was embracing the sky, like a bird freed from its cage. He was practically radiating a sharp, bright energy. Yu Bai. Do you really think I still need anything from you? This time, it was his turn to look down. You saw the poll, didn't you? The audience knows. I've made 2 short films, and I've earned their recognition. And now you're the one who's desperate, running over here trying to patch things up. But the boy you used to fool is gone. He closed his eyes forever, full of grief and regret. And you? Even with my scripts, you haven't made a name for yourself in 4 years. You're the failure. Yubei's pupils constricted. I am not a failure. He roared. Everyone loved model couple. You're the failure. Don't you dare call me that. Yu Jing tilted his head, feigning realization, and poured gasoline on the fire. Oh, right. But wasn't model couple polished by Yu Suean? You used to rely on me, now you rely on Dad. God, you Bai. You're pathetic. Failure pathetic. The last thread of his composure snapped. You're the one who's a pathetic, homeless worm. Yu Bai shrieked. Dad said he gets sick just looking at you. When we were kids. The roar cut off. Yu Bai violently choked back the words he was about to say. He was shaking, clutching his chest, and hissed through his teeth, I won't let you be happy for long. Just you wait. Yu Jing watched him stumble away and shrugged, sitting down on a bench in disappointment. Had hoped to bait him into blurting out the illegitimate son's secret. But even on the verge of hysterics, had kept his mouth shut. After Yu Bai was long gone, someone stepped out from behind the plane tree, their heavy footsteps crushing the dry leaves with a vengeance. That's it? Hua Yingying's face was dark. Yep. It's enough, Yu Jing said. Now, please post the video you just recorded. We won't have to do anything else. Yu Suean was well connected and had good relationships with reporters. If Yu Jing, a nobody director, released the video, it would just get buried. That's why Head asked Hua Yingying. Don't worry. She said. My accounts are all verified. No one will dare take it down. Then I'm counting on you, little princess of the Hua family. Hey! Chapter 15, Master of Balancing. In the noisy private room, the BLwebnovel, deafening singing was punctuated by people cheering the singer on. Someone was waving a bottle, dancing wildly. In the dim lights, sweat soaked their clothes, making them look like a tempting demon. Lu Bo, do you know how to strip? Someone jeered. The man who was dancing paused, walked over, and ripped the heckler's shirt open, teasing him right back. I don't know how to strip, but I know how to rip. You've got a pretty good body. With his clothes in tatters, the man scrambled to cover his chest. The room went silent, then exploded with laughter. Zhu Yu sat in the corner, his drink untouched. He felt inexplicably agitated. Zhu Yu, it's a victory party. Don't be a buzzkill. Come sing with us. Someone yelled. How come Yu Bai didn't show? His script was chosen as the opening program for the gala. He's too good for such a huge honor, huh? Just as expected of director Yes Sun. With model couple, he stepped right into the inner circle. He's at a much higher starting point now. Why would he bother with little people like us? Hearing this, Zhu Yu's head snapped up. He glared at the speaker. Yu Bai isn't that kind of person. Seeing the man was already drunk and slurring, Zhu Yu's agitation grew. Someone, take him to sober up. He's had 2 sips and is already spouting bullshit. It's annoying. Ding, the person you follow has a new update. Ding, Hua Yingying is here, Hua Yingying is here. Ding, new update. Zhu Yu was in disbelief. You all follow that woman, Hua Yingying. Someone laughed awkwardly. Well, she is from the Hua family. Zhu Yu pursed his lips. The Hua family's only princess. She wasn't spoiled or willful, but he had no idea what she saw in Yu Jing. Following him around like a puppy. The smiles on the faces of those checking their guanyas slowly froze. The singing in the rowdy room died. The screen's light on their strange expressions made them look ghostly, sending a chill through Zhu Yu. What's wrong with Brother Yu? You need to see what Hua Yingning just posted, Lo Bo said, his voice dry. His hand was shaking so badly, he could barely hold his bottle. Hua Yingning is not Hua Yingning, famed director Yu Suyan's shocking favoritism. The truth is finally out. Hua Yingning was smart. She knew a squabble between two students wouldn't get traction, so she'd cleverly used Yu Suyan's name. Riding the coattails of Huaxia, unpuzzled, this video would land in front of everyone without even needing to buy a hot search. The video was unedited. From start to finish, the 5-minute clip laid everything bare. Can someone tell me what's going on? These are Yu Suyan's two sons. I know. Last year, Yu Jing and Yu Bai submitted identical scripts. Everyone said Yu Jing Class E plagiarized Yu Bai Class A. Yu Jing graduated early right after, which basically means he was forced to drop out. It turns out all those scripts belonged to Yu Jing. I was in the same class as Yu Jing. He always kept his head down, was super timid, and would tremble if you just spoke to him. Nobody liked him. Now that I see this, he was totally pu'd by Yu Bai. Yaoguang Academy Yusuean Yujing Yu Bai, Yaoguang, with its strict reputation, has a plagiarist. And he's Yu Suyan's son. My mind is blown. Zhu Yu's hands were shaking violently. He stared at the comments, his face draining of all color. He forced himself to watch the video again, confirming it was unedited. He collapsed onto the sofa as if all his strength had been sucked out. He stared blankly. Yu Bai plagiarized. His own passionate defense of Yu Bai from just a few days ago came flying back like a boomerang, slapping him hard across the face. Brother Yu, what do we do? Someone asked in a panic. They had all been close to Yu Bai, they were part of his clique. Now that it was out that Yu Bai's scripts all belonged to Yu Jing, what about them? They were going to be nailed to a pillar of shame. The thought made several of them shiver. Of the group, Lu Bo and Leng Ming were in the worst panic. They had already debuted and had a lot of fans. They had only agreed to act in Yu Bai's script to get on Yu Suyan's good side. Who could have known this scandal would break the very next day? Their Starblog comments were already filling up with questions. I've got something to do. I'm leaving. Lu Bo's face was dark as he stalked out. The moment he was out, he was contacting his manager, trying to distance himself from the scandal. Leng Ming, who came out right after, had the exact same idea. They looked at each other, their minds racing, trying to find a way out. Smash! A glass shattered at his feet, the smell of alcohol filling the dining room. Yu Bai stared, wide-eyed, unable to believe his doting father would rage at him. Dad? Yu Suyan's chest was heaving. The veins on his hand bulged. He shoved away the woman trying to calm him and, for the first time, truly looked at his son. All those scripts. Did Yu Jing write them for you? Yu Bai had to nod. With the video out, he couldn't deny it. He just never thought Yu Jing would be so bold as to film it and post it. He was a completely different person. Yu Suyan closed his eyes, thinking back on Yu Bai's previous scripts. So, Yu Jing wasn't as useless as he thought. At least his writing was decent. Had inherited his talent. At this thought, Yu Suyan's expression softened. The most important thing now was to get Yu Jing back, have Yu Bai apologize, and stage a public reconciliation. This needed to be squashed before it got any worse. Yao Qing, standing to the side, dug her nails into her palm. She shook her head slightly at her son, then snuggled into Yu Suyan's arms, her face a mask of disappointment. That child, he really holds a grudge. We're family. If he had just told you, you could have taught Xiao Bai a lesson back then. Instead, he let himself be wronged all this time, just to let the media drag our family's name through the mud. It's my fault. After all these years, I still couldn't unburden his heart. Yu Suyan cared about two things, his reputation and Yao Qing. Her words instantly turned his brief flicker of appreciation for Yu Jing back into disgust. He's just a white-eyed wolf. It's not your fault. Seeing Yu Bei's terrified expression, like a baby bird seeking shelter, his tone softened. Don't be afraid. You'll come with me to Yaoguang tomorrow. Well, calm this down. You will apologize to Yu Jing, and tell him you know you were wrong. Apologizing to Yu Jing was worse than death. But it was out of his control. Yu Bai lowered his head and agreed obediently, his hidden expression absolutely savage. On the last day of the celebration, Yu Suian contacted the school and drove onto campus in the early morning, while the crowds were thin. The moment he stepped out of the car, the stares from the passers-by felt like needles on his back. Yu Bei's sanity wavered. He wanted to scream at them to get lost. But the worst was yet to come. Mr. Yu. What are your thoughts on the plagiarism incident between your sons? It's rumored you dislike your older son, Yu Jing. Is that true? Why isn't Yu Jing with you? A scandal at the centennial celebration. The reporters were sharks that had smelled blood. They swarmed the plaza, making it impossible for Yu Suian and Yu Bai to move. The head of the directing department rushed over. He was grim. The school will give everyone a satisfactory answer. Please be patient. At that moment, Yu Bai suddenly burst into tears. He faced the cameras, crying pitifully. The reporters immediately zoomed in, flashes popping. I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I was blinded by a desire for honor, and I did a terrible thing. I will apologize to my brother and make it up to him. That's not what you said in class, when you swore you didn't plagiarize. I actually supported him back then. I feel like such an idiot. Yu Suian shielded Yu Bai and bowed to the reporters. It was my failure as a teacher. I neglected their education, which led to one being extreme and the other to lying. I apologize for taking up public resources. I will have Yu Bai apologize, and I will also have Yu Jing apologize to Yaoguang Academy. To cause such chaos during the celebration over a personal grudge, I am truly sorry. Wait, Yu Bai plagiarized, that's wrong. But Yu Jing is also at fault. Everyone's having a nice celebration, and he pulls this. Isn't he ruining his alma mater's reputation? What the hell? Yu Jing is the victim. How is he suddenly the bad guy who caused chaos? I was thinking the same thing. Couldn't he have waited until after the celebration? He just had to do it on the last day and cast a shadow over the centennial. I feel so bad for Yu Jing. In the video, Yu Bai said their dad didn't like him. I didn't believe it then, but I do now. Yu Suian is a pro at spanking both sides, isn't he? He says he's apologizing for Yu Jing, but he's just shifting the blame. Master of balancing, Yu Suian. How ironic. Yu Suian tried to speak again, but the department head cut him off. The old man in the glasses stared him down. He motioned for Yu Suian to be silent and spoke firmly. Yaoguang does not need an apology from Yu Jing. I am proud that this introverted student found the courage to defend his own honor. The motto of this school is to live with integrity and a clear conscience. To be able to help him wash this stain from his name during our celebration is something we are happy to see. Please focus on the issue itself, and do not blame the victim. Yu Suian clenched his jaw. He knew this topic was closed. A reporter asked, Mr. Yu, where is your son Yu Jing? Did he not come with you? Or, they implied, was he afraid of you and didn't dare? Yu Suian couldn't speak. He couldn't very well tell them his son had run away from home almost a month ago. After finally getting rid of the reporters, Yu Suian had to beg the school and pull countless strings. In the end, Yu Bai wasn't expelled. His punishment was reduced to a major demerit, a transfer out of Class A, and a formal, public apology to Yu Jing. Back home, Yu Suian collapsed on the sofa, exhausted, and tried to contact Yu Jing. But his agent called. Mr. Yu. 3 investors have pulled out of Huaxia Origins. He shot to his feet. The room spun. Yu Suian forced himself to stay upright and rushed to the company, his head spinning. He was too busy to look for Yu Jing now. Yu Jing had guessed at the chaos, but he didn't care. On the last day of the celebration, he finally made it to the mecha department, ready to see the machines he'd been dreaming of. As he got off the bus, he stepped on something soft, lying there in a bloody heap. Chapter 16. The thing was about 50 centimeters long and not much thicker than a chopstick. Fresh blood gushed from it, quickly soaking the sole of Yu Jing's shoe. A closer look revealed it was a bald snake. Most of its scales had been stripped off, and it was lying at Yu Jing's feet, twitching feebly. Yu Jing was horrified. Yu Jing was baffled. Was he that heavy? Head stepped on it and it just bled. Hey, are you an evolved body or a regular animal? Yu Jing quickly backed up 2 steps. He didn't have any mental power, so he couldn't transform into an evolved body. The original owner had spent his life avoiding this topic, leaving Yu Jing with 0 experience. He couldn't tell if the dying little snake was an evolved body or a common animal. The little snake in the pool of blood moved its tail, as if it had looked at him, but it was too injured to lift its body. So you're an evolved body. Yu Jing clapped his fist into his palm, enlightened. Hang in there, it'll take you to a doctor. Yu Jing loved fluffy things, but he was creeped out by cold-blooded, scaly animals. He looked around. Yaoguang Academy's cleaning robots were too efficient, he couldn't even find a stick. He couldn't just wrap it in his clothes, right? The hard object at his waist gave him an idea. He pulled out the Swona and asked the snake, "Can you get in yourself?" He placed the palm-sized Swona bell on the ground. The little snake looked at Yu Jing. Then laboriously crawled inside and coiled up. Yu Jing, seeing it twitch in agony with every move, found a leaf to help nudge it in, but the snake dodged his help. Once the snake was settled, Yu Jing carefully righted the Swona, holding his arm as high and as far away from his body as possible. His strange posture made it look as if he were holding an unexploded bomb, not a dying snake. Yaoguang Academy was massive. Each department had its own medical office, but Yu Jing was lost. He grabbed a passing student and asked with a smile, "Hey, where's the medical office?" The student, who had been rushing, looked up, annoyed. When he saw Yu Jing, his breath caught, and he became exceptionally enthusiastic. "You're from the directing department, so you're not familiar with this area. It'll take you." As he led the way, the student kept glancing at Yu Jing, looking like he was desperate to say something. "What's on your mind?" Yu Jing tossed the leaf aside. The student's stare was so intense he couldn't ignore it. "I've been wanting to ask that thing in your hand. It's an antique, isn't it?" The student's face was twitching. When he saw the fresh blood dripping down the Swona, he clutched his chest, looking like he might faint from the pain. Yu Jing glanced at the Swona, unconcerned. "Yeah. By your standards, it's an antique, all right. After all, the system had pulled it from the 21st century. Then why are you using it to hold a snake?" The student covered his face, having a breakdown. Anyone else who had an antique would have it enshrined and preserved. Had never seen anyone abuse one like this. After a long-winded rant, the student finally asked the question that was really bothering him: does the entangled red mirror have a sequel? It has to, right? Like the male lead time travels to her, or something. You must have a plan, right? Yu Jing was merciless. "No. Red mirror is over." The student. "This is the mecha department. I could have you beaten up, you know that." When they reached the medical office, the student was still clinging to the doorframe, asking, "Are you sure there's no more?" A school doctor in a white coat smiled. "Well, you're here. Might as well get a checkup." The student sprang away from the door like a startled rabbit and fled. "All right, little guy, where does it hurt?" The doctor asked, pulling out a bunch of instruments Yu Jing didn't recognize. "Yu Jing, it's not me, it's him. He's covered in blood, I don't know where he's hurt. Can you please check him?" The doctor had noticed Eugene carrying a snake in an antique when he walked in. Had just assumed it was a weird hobby. But now that Eugene said he wasn't a patient, the doctor was baffled. Son, if it's hurt, you should take it to a pet hospital. I don't specialize in treating animals. Eugene was also baffled. He's not an evolved animal. I said I'd save him, and he seemed to understand me. The doctor was sharp. He could tell from Eugene's words that he was unfamiliar with evolved bodies. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, and he sighed. Animals have survival instincts, too. They'll ask for help when they're dying. You should take it to a pet hospital. It might still be saved. It was a huge misunderstanding, but Eugene had a thick skin. He just scratched his cheek and grinned at the doctor. Right. My bad. He pulled the door open. As he was leaving, the doctor's voice came from behind him. The most obvious difference between an evolved body and a common animal is size. Evolved bodies are much, much larger. Eugene paused. Thanks, doctor. Leaving the medical office, Eugene morosely shook the Swona. The little snake was jostled around. So you're just a normal animal. You acted so smart, I really thought you were an evolved body. He was having second thoughts. It was the last day of the celebration. And he wanted to play in the mecha department. Leaving and coming back would be a huge hassle. More importantly, he was broke. If it were a cat or a dog, he'd just save it. But a snake, was it really worth it? The little snake in the Swona bell gave a weak flick of its tail. It seemed to understand its fate and slowly closed its eyes. It was, actually, a very beautiful snake. Its scales were pearlescent, snow-white, and its scarlet eyes looked like inlaid rubies. On top of its head were two black, diamond-shaped markings, like little dragon horns. It was a beauty of a snake. The kind a reptile enthusiast would go crazy for. Ah! So annoying. Eugene pressed his lips together, ran back to his car, and set the autopilot for the school gate. Just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly dashed out, blocking the car. Eugene, who had been resting his eyes, was nearly thrown from his seat. The seatbelt cut painfully into his chest. He unbuckled it, tossing it aside. And rubbed the sore spot. He got out of the car and grabbed you by the collar. Are you trying to die? What, trying to pull a sob story? The campus was packed, and the car's speed was automatically limited. Yubai wasn't worried. He looked up, his eyes red and pitiful. I wanted to apologize, but I couldn't find you. The emergency stop had happened near the main gate. The two protagonists of the internet's hottest drama were fighting again. A crowd quickly gathered, their ears perked for gossip. Apologize? Eugene let him go, his expression cold. I don't accept. Not everyone deserves forgiveness. Besides, the person Yubai really owed an apology to was gone. Eugene had no right to forgive him. The crowd was growing. Yubai hadn't expected Eugene to humiliate him in public. He bit his lip, telling himself to endure. But seeing Eugene's perfect face, he just wanted to destroy it. I was transferred to Class D. I have a major demerit. And I have to apologize to you in front of the whole school. What more do you want? Eugene raised an eyelid. Isn't that what you deserve? Yubai almost choked. When had Eugene's mouth gotten so vicious? An idea flashed in Eugene's mind as he thought of the dying snake. He raised his voice. Is Dad not mad anymore? He hasn't given me living expenses in 6 months. I'm starving to death. I have to go to the hospital and am worried I won't have the money. Yubai knew his father cared about his reputation more than anything. Eugene yelling this in public, it was like stomping on Yusuyan's face. Yubei's vision went black. He frantically opened his Guangnao to transfer money. Dad probably forgot. Here, take my allowance. Just shut up. In his panic, Yubei's hand shook, and he accidentally added a few extra zeros. Yu Jing nodded, satisfied, got in his car, and left, leaving Yubei speechless. Had come all this way, gained nothing. And lost a ton of money. He felt like he was cursed. He lowered his head, feigning disappointment, and saw his account balance. 0. Thump. He fainted headfirst into a flower bed. That night, a video of their confrontation went viral. The news that Yu Suean was mistreating his eldest son spread like wildfire, casting a dark shadow over his perfect gentleman persona. Mr. Yu, he's fine now. I gave him a painkiller and cleared the drugs from his system. His will to live is very strong. Please don't worry. Yu Jing, who had been scrolling the news, looked up. Drugs in his system? Yes. We found a large amount of a sleep-inducing drug, far more than its body could handle. But it never lost consciousness, the vet said, taking off his mask, his voice full of awe. Your pet has a very strong will. What about its scales? The vet was puzzled by this, too. We found scale residue in its mouth. It bit them off, one by one. I suspected parasites. But its system is completely clean. It might be psychological issues. Snakes often have parasites and will self-mutilate. But this snake was clean. The vet could only conclude it was a problem with the snake itself. He was one step away from telling Yu Jing his snake was a psycho. The vet gave him a long list of instructions, and a transparent cage. The white snake was inside, resting. Oh, and Mr. Yu, it just finished shedding, and the drugs were very harsh. It will be weak for a long time. Make sure it gets plenty of nutrients. Yu Jing stood at the hospital entrance, holding the cage, completely baffled. He had planned to leave the snake at the pet hospital for adoption. How did he end up walking out with it? He didn't want to raise a snake. However, he was already out. Taking it back now would just be weird. And he couldn't go back to Yaoguan with a cage. Yu Jing glumly boarded a bus back to his slum. It was the afternoon. And the bus was empty. He put the cage on the seat next to him and browsed the news. A hot trending topic caught his eye. Yaoguang celebration, student's passionate confession, parent accuses Yu Jing of harming their child. Yu Jing. What the hell does this have to do with me? Chapter 17. At dusk, the sun slowly sank into the ethereal clouds, painting the horizon with a faint, golden light. Students walked in small groups, discussing the celebration. When they hit an exciting topic, a burst of cheers would erupt. Yu Manman and Hua Yinging were exchanging the small trinkets they had bought, their clear laughter infecting passers-by. A boy was shoved forward by his friends, clutching a bouquet of roses. His delicate face was pale with nervousness. Under the gossiping stares of the crowd, he walked up to Hua Yinging, squeezed his eyes shut, and held out the flowers. Hua Yinging, I like you. Please be my girlfriend. Hua Yinging, who had been ready to enjoy the show, was dumbfounded. Huh. A faint blush appeared on the boy's pale face. He summoned his courage, I like you. It was love at first sight. You're lively, cute, and straightforward. You're an amazing girl. Please give me a chance to be your boyfriend. The boys' cheer squad behind him popped confetti cannons. Colorful streamers and balloons flew into the sky, earning a round of applause. The group of parents visiting for the celebration heard the noise and smiled, remarking how nice it was to be young. On the sixth-floor balcony of a nearby office building, a group of men was clustered around one in particular, pointing at the scene and gloating. Hua Fan, isn't that your niece? The prized cabbage you so carefully raised is about to be snatched by a pig. Hua Fan chuckled and retorted, nope. My cabbage is the one who will trick the pig into coming home. On the ground, many students were adding to the noise. Say yes. Say yes. Hug him. Kiss him. Love at the 100th anniversary celebration. May you last forever. Ooh. The crowd's cheers gave the boy a boost of courage. He stepped forward, pushing the flowers closer to Hua Yingying. Hua Yingying's brows furrowed slightly, and the smile on her lips faded. She took a step back. I'm sorry, I don't like you. He was in the same club as her, but they'd only spoken a few times. She didn't like him. The confession scene gradually fell silent. The boy's smile froze. The flowers in his hand drooped. A few petals drifted to the ground, much like his heart, which had just been shattered. He blurted out, "Is it because of Yu Jing? What does this have to do with Yu Jing?" Hua Yingying pressed her lips together, her pretty face serious. Sure, she liked hanging out with Yu Jing. But she had no romantic feelings for him. She was just in it for the historical dramas. This has nothing to do with anyone else. I just don't have feelings for you. Don't drag other people into this. The boy only grew more agitated, stepping toward her. It is because of him. I knew it. You man, seeing this was going bad, quickly pulled Hua Yingying behind her, in case the boy lost control and tried to grab her. Lovesick Red Beans already said it. Noble families care about matching status. Just like old Master Qing looked down on the servant and wouldn't give his daughter to him, the Hua family won't let you date freely either, will they? Hua Yingying froze, like a receiver with bad signal, her eyes full of static. A moment later, her brain rebooted. She replied weakly, "Huh." The boy was so angry he clenched his fists. Are you already engaged? Or do you have a childhood sweetheart with a matching background? He said it with such conviction that the students nearby had a sudden realization. They looked at Hua Yingying with pity. So, even a noble family's young miss wasn't free to choose. You man was led astray. She leaned in and whispered in her friend's ear, "Is it true?" Hua Yingying. True my ass. Fuck. This is all Yu Jing's fault. On the 6th floor balcony, the group went silent. Hua Fan was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this plot twist. The stares he was getting were odd. Hua Fan curled his toes in his shoes. This was even more awkward than receiving a toilet at his own banquet. Everyone knew the truth, but that didn't stop them from teasing him. Old Hua, I never knew your family, ha 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 ha. Well, we shouldn't interfere too much in the young people's affairs. Right. The ones the elders introduce aren't always the best. What matters is that they like each other. For a rare, terrible moment, Hua Fan's mind was in perfect sync with his niece's. I'm not. I don't. The Hua family has always been open-minded. Even if she married an actual pig, I wouldn't interfere. This is all Yu Jing's fault. The confession incident even made it onto the hot search. A clickbait author, struck by inspiration, wrote a misleading title. Yaoguang celebration, student's passionate confession, parent accuses Yu Jing of harming their child. Yu Jing's fanbase, which was already sizable, saw someone slandering their favorite director. They rolled up their sleeves and charged into battle until they watched the video. After a good laugh, they started asking questions. Seriously though, do noble families really not care about that? Was the stuff in Yu Jing's drama all fake? Use your brain. The ancient era, the modern era, and the interstellar era have completely different social contexts. Back then, filial piety was everything, parents were heaven. Society has progressed. What kid doesn't have a rebellious phase? You try arranging your kid's marriage today, and they'd tear the roof off. Still, I feel so bad for the women of ancient times. My Jiang Yan is pitiful, too, damn it. In the post-credit scene, she went to the museum. I'll never forget the look on her face when she saw Bai Yunfei's portrait. Sob, it's all the director's fault. I cried all night after Red Mirror, and the next day my wife had to swear to her parents that she hadn't beaten me. Yu Jing, Yu Jing, always Yu Jing. From the Tianxian contest to the Yaoguan Gala, some people were already getting sick of hearing his name. So annoying. Can we not talk about him? My ears are bleeding. A minor director who got lucky with one historical drama. Without that, he's a nobody. You all are overhyping him. Fans, don't get cocky. The higher you prop him up, the harder hell fall. I'm waiting for it. Yu Jing's fans, naturally, wouldn't stand for it. The haha atmosphere instantly vanished. And they viciously began to tear into the haters. Yu Jing got the news just as he started a live stream to interact with his audience. A horde of people stampeded in, filling the chat with smoke. Watching the comments fly by, Yu Jing narrowed his eyes. What do you mean, I can only film historical dramas? I can do modern ones, too. This was his home turf. Slandering him here wasn't easy. The audience could drown the haters in a single wave, but a few were still stubbornly jumping. Nice words. Anyone can talk. Yu Jing raised an eyebrow. Today, he'd do just that. You all watched the Yaoguan Gala stream, right? A flood of yes, it was great, you're the only monster, I cried for hours. Comments washed over the screen. The sheer force of their resentment almost drowned him. Let's take the opening film, Model Couple. I prefer a different ending. The audience's interest was piqued. Model Couple was by Yu Bai. And Yu Suian had even polished it. And Yu Jing was saying he had different ideas? Was he arrogant enough to think he was better than Yu Suian? The haters seized on this, mocking him. Yu Jing was happy to make trouble for Yu Bai. He complained to the audience, that kind of submissiveness is infuriating to watch. He won't eat the dinner she made for him. Heh. If it were my heroine, she'd immediately take it outside and feed it to a dog. You are an independent person, not anyone's accessory. The ending was the worst part. Yu Jing pulled out a piece of paper and sketched on it. In just a few strokes, had captured the essence of the two leads, and the audience was transported back to the gala. Car crashes, terminal illness, it's all so cliché. The theme was missed. I'd rather see the heroine have an awakening, leave. And have the man regret it for the rest of his lonely life. The audience was horrified and exasperated. How could they persuade their favorite director to just be a decent human being and stop stabbing them in the heart? If this continued, they were afraid they'd turn into haters themselves. Yu Jing's expression was calm. When I loved you, you didn't love me. When I woke up and left, you fell in love with me, meeting the right person at the wrong time. That's the mist I want to see. After watching Model Couple, many viewers had felt unsatisfied. The heroine's happy smile as she died was, in their opinion, ironic. A few apologies and a few tears from the male lead, and she just forgot all her suffering. They were angry at her for not having any backbone. Now, hearing Yu Jing's version, it all clicked. They wanted the heroine to thrive on her own, and the scum to get lost. After Yu Jing logged off, some viewers actually went to Yu Bai and Yu Suian, begging them to change the ending of Model Couple. Yu Bai was shaking with rage. This was too much. How dare Yu Jing critique his film? Why wouldn't he just die? Furious, Yu Bai smashed everything in his room. It wasn't enough. He logged onto his burner account and started cursing Yu Jing, only to be buried by the audience. One empathetic viewer left a comment on the entangled red mirror. I think Yu Jing is right. This isn't fan goggles, it's an objective analysis. From Lovesick Red Beans to Red Mirror, I've watched both films at least 10 times. Yu Jing's method is fascinating. He weaves you a perfect dream. Just when you're immersed, he pokes it. The dream pops, and every time you remember it, you feel this lingering ache. You look around and realize you're surrounded by despair. It's not a quick, brutal stab. It's a rain moistens the earth kind of erosion. It seeps into your heart. And the slightest touch makes it ache. It's unforgettable. His adaptation of Model Couple is the same. Meeting the right person at the wrong time. Just hearing that it's heartbreaking. Some fan editors started making new videos based on Yu Jing's idea. They kept the first half of the film, cutting together all the infuriating bits, the heroine getting sick, the male lead ignoring her, the food getting cold, the fainting. But the second half used Yu Jing's idea. The heroine wakes up in the hospital, enlightened. She goes home, dumps the dinner in the trash, and stops waiting up for him. She goes out, watches movies, hones her craft. She lives for herself. And, of course, the male lead, who is apparently a masochist, starts to miss her when she stops caring. He gets desperate, he panics. He tries to win her back. But it's too late. The heroine just hands him a divorce agreement. The look of utter devastation on his face made the long-suffering audience howl with laughter. The actors from Model Couple, Leng Ming and Lu Bo, had starred in an idol drama together before. The fan editors dug it up and, by splicing clips, managed to create Yu Jing's entire plot. Ha ha ha, this feels right. This is what I wanted to see. Serves him right. You should have cherished her. Too late for regrets. Just passing by this trailer looks intense. What movie is this? Hey, don't go. It's Model Couple. Go watch it. Yeah. You won't regret it. The unknowing audience really went to watch Model Couple. The short film was right on Yeagang's official site. It wasn't long. They stayed up all night watching it, and afterward they felt like the world's biggest fools. They didn't leave bad reviews on the Yaoguang site. They went to the director's personal account and eviscerated him. Bait and switch. Trash. The trailer is a completely different movie. Where is my heroine thriving alone? Ah, I am so mad. The heroine died in the end. Didn't she get a divorce? Director is a scammer. Blacklisted. Heh. Yu-Bai was about to go insane. They watched one fan edit and thought it was real. This group of morons only deserved to watch Yu Jing's pretentious, angsty costume dramas. In the dark room, the Guanya's pale light made Yu-Bai's delicate face look twisted and demonic. He threw off his covers, sat cross-legged, and, clack, went on his burner account to fight the morons. He called them parasite-brained, said they didn't have enough brains to fill a thimble, and deserved to be tricked. He hated Yu Jing. He hated him for not writing his scripts anymore. He hated him for becoming a director. He hated him for everything. He wanted to cut Yu Jing into 1,000 pieces and make him disappear. The audience, who had just been about to apologize for their mistake, saw Yu-Bai's burner account's vicious insults. Apologize? What's that? The fight was back on. How could Yu-Bai's one burner account possibly win against thousands of viewers? He was quickly defeated, smashed his guangnao, and clutched his aching chest. Yu Jing, unaware that his off-the-cuff remarks had caused Yu-Bai so much trouble, woke up, stumbled to the bathroom, and splashed cold water on his face. The blood on the suona had dried black. He disassembled the bell, soaked it, and wiped it down, finally cleaning the snake's blood off. His neighbors, who had missed their morning suona alarm, were a little put out. When he went downstairs, the breakfast shop owner's wife laughed and asked him why he hadn't played. He walked back in, breakfast in hand, and his eyes landed on the transparent cage. He had no interest in raising a snake. It was still in the vet's cage, only 30 centimeters long. The white snake was coiled inside, barely able to turn. But it was quiet. The medical tech here is amazing. It's already growing scales. Yu Jing, Baozi in hand, leaned in. He was amazed to find that, overnight, tiny, fine scales were visibly growing on the white snake's tail. The snake looked at him. Its ruby red, vertical pupils held the unique chill of its species. Yujing rubbed his arms, a coldness creeping up his back. I forgot. He scarfed down the bowsy, downed his milk, and grabbed a bag. I ordered this morning. I can't believe it got here so fast. I thought I'd have to starve you. The white snake, which had been lying limply, stirred uneasily. It slowly raised its upper body, its eyes fixed on the boy. Tada! Frozen pinky mice. The vendor was nice. The mice came with tongs. Yujing picked one up and held it excitedly in front of the cage. I've never seen a snake eat before. He had no idea how to do this. The doctor had told him to feed it. Had spent half the night researching. He put the cage on the coffee table, opened a small hatch, and dangled the mouse by its tail, wiggling it to make sure the snake saw. Go on, eat. Had bought pre-killed, so he had to wiggle. The white snake was unmoved. The mouse was right under its nose. It didn't budge. In fact, it turned its head away, using its actions to tell Yujing it was disgusted. Yujing looked in the bag. The mice were fresh. Why wouldn't it eat? He picked it up, wiggled it from another angle, and stuffed it under the snake's nose again. This time, the snake turned its entire body around, presenting Yujing with its tail. Okay. It definitely sees it. Is it just not hungry? He called the vet. The vet explained that snakes could be picky eaters. If it wouldn't eat mice, he could try other things. A snake's diet is broad: frogs, tadpoles, small fish, lizards, insect larvae. If you're a novice, you can buy a sampler pack of each. Yujing. Too much trouble. I'm finding someone to adopt it. Yujing, busy taking notes, didn't see the white snake in the cage. Hearing the list of foods, it shot upright. Its black tongue flickered. Its crimson pupils, filled with rage, flashed, and with a hiss, its fangs shot out, staring daggers at Yujing's back. The sampler pack arrived. Yujing tried them all. The snake continued to play dead, refusing to eat. Finally, annoyed, it shot up. HSSSS. Very fierce. Yujing's patience ran out. He ran downstairs, bought a piece of raw pork, and threw it in. Eat it or don't. I'm done. That afternoon, the pork was gone. Yujing was enlightened. So you like pork? The white snake, a bulge in its belly, kept its eyes shut and ignored him. After the entangled red mirror was released, it set off a time travel fever online. Time travel dramas, time travel novels, time travel games, an explosion of time travel content appeared. Any entertainment news with that keyword got tens of thousands of clicks. Netizens joked, the time travel army is invincible. Viewers who loved cool stories wanted to go back and become kings. Viewers who loved romance wanted a love story across millennia. The entangled red mirror, as the progenitor of time travel in the interstellar era, broke 100 million views, becoming the year's most popular short film. If it hadn't been so short, audiences felt it could have been nominated for Film of the Year. Excited viewers flocked to Yujing, begging him to film another time travel movie, but longer. At least 3 hours, they demanded. Yujing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 3 hours? Is that still a movie? Everyone online seems to think they can go back to ancient times and be a conqueror, revered by all, he thought. Well, then. He'd just have to let them experience it. Chapter 18, After Returning to Ancient Times. If you return to ancient times, what would you want to do most? The time travel topic was still trending. Someone started a poll on a social media platform, and countless people clicked in, sharing their fantasies in the comments. Use my knowledge to save money, raise an army, and become a king. Go to Jinhua Pass, save by Yunfei, and then send him to the modern era so they can be together. Cough, cough. I want to get a close-up look at that talented general and have a world-shattering love affair. I want to go to the modern era and tell our ancestors to please protect the ancient books brought from the mother star. QAQ. You could build a secret room in ancient times, carve all of the modern crises on the walls. And then the ancestors in the modern era could find it and avoid them. Is anyone else coming with me to petition the official website? We need to get the experts to research black hole time travel technology ASAP. Yu Jing laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Tianxian was a video site, and Starblog was a social media platform. He often browsed them in his free time to get new ideas. He had just opened Starblog today when the poll popped up. The comments were growing by thousands per second. It seemed the poll's creator was a huge time travel fan. Watching dramas wasn't enough, they'd clearly spent a lot of money to promote the poll. Yu Jing shrugged and, with a clack-clack-clack of his keys, added a comment. IDs suggest focusing on survival first, then planning slowly. This comment was met with a flood of ridicule. Survive? They were from the future. A child's toy gun could kill a man. The knowledge in their heads could overturn the world. They might be nobodies in the interstellar era, but in ancient times, they'd be revered. Empires, wealth, and beauties would be theirs for the taking. Why survive? Interstellar people fear nothing. Proudly strikes a Hansen hips pose. Some sneered, and others wanted to argue, but when they clicked on his profile, they saw his verified bio, director of the Entangled Red Mirror. Time travel was the hottest topic. They might not know Yu Jing, but they definitely knew the short film that started it all. And the director of that very film was telling them to focus on survival. Passers-by were shocked. Passers-by were baffled. They rubbed their eyes, sure they were seeing things. They were full of questions. Yu Jing. The Red Mirror director. Were you hacked? If you've been kidnapped, blink. I'll call the cops. Yu Jing's fans, hearing the news, rushed over. They stared at his comment, completely speechless. They were in his comment section 10 times a day begging for a new film, and here he was, just browsing social media. Where's the next movie? Did I vote for you so you could slack OFF? Don't be ungrateful. Hurry up and film the next one. And no tragedies. If you film another tragedy, I swear I'm turning into a hater. Yu Jing, my ancient life is in preparation. Please look forward to it. It's a variety show this time. The fans hadn't expected a reply. Yu Jing, who doesn't post for 10,000 years, and only posts to promote, had actually responded. When they read the post, most of them were deeply disappointed. What was so good about a variety show? You get a bunch of experts to sit there, spouting jargon no one understands. You watch the whole thing, learn nothing, get sleepy, and your brain is empty afterward. Wasn't Yu Jing a historical drama director? Why was he suddenly making a variety show? Was he making a terrible decision? Yu Suean was a top-tier director in Donghua, a 3-time Best Director winner with fans even in the Solon star system. 3 years ago, had tried to film a Huaxia-themed variety show. The ratings for the first episode were worse than a rookie's trash drama. He had failed so spectacularly, had almost never recovered. Had the success gone to Yu Jing's head? Help. Watching a variety show is like being back in class. It's so boring. I won't force you to film a movie, just don't make a terrible decision. Yeah. If you're out of ideas, we can wait. Just come back. Ignoring his fans' wails, Yu Jing posted the update, logged off, and began contacting the actors he knew. On set. Meng Xiaofeng climbed up from the ground, brushed the sand off, and walked to the side. Her assistant quickly handed her a bottle of water and led her into a tent, out of the wind. Meng Xiaofeng twisted the cap, took a swig, and spat out the blood capsule she had just bitten. She rinsed her mouth several times to get rid of the acrid, coppery taste. The assistant looked at Meng Xiaofeng's face, which was covered in black and blue bruises and a terrifying gash. Even knowing it was special effects makeup, it was still a horrifying sight. Sister Xiaofeng, are you okay? Meng Xiaofeng panted, I'm fine. I can take it. This is the last scene. After this, I can go home and get a good rest. After finishing that young miss script a while back, Meng Xiaofeng had struck while the iron was hot and landed a role in a sci-fi production. She was only female lead 6 and had very little screen time, but it was a major production. The director of this film didn't like using virtual sets and insisted on shooting on location. To put it nicely, he was meticulous. To put it rudely, he was a nitpicker. The crew was currently on a desert planet, shooting in the harsh environment. The air was so full of sand it could bury a person if they weren't careful. A full day of high-intensity filming had nearly taken half her life. Feng. Her manager came flying in from the distance, threw open the tent flap, and yelled, "Director Xiao Yu is looking for you." Pfft. Meng Xiaofeng, who had just taken a drink, sprayed water everywhere, nearly choking herself to death. Director Xiao Yu Yujing. Yes, 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 yes. Her manager was ecstatic. Yu Jing was the new prodigy of the directing world. His 2 short films had firmly established him. He was also Yu Suyan's son, so to distinguish the two, the industry had started calling him Director Xiao Yu Little Yu. The other artists resting in the tent opened their eyes. The name Yu Jing wiped the weary displeasure from their faces, and they crowded around, smiling. Xiaofeng, you're still in touch with Director Xiao Yu? Wow. This must be a live-action shoot. Can you ask him if he has any roles for me? Is it another historical drama? I can play your maid. The more established artists remained aloof. Yu Jing had only made 2 shorts, it wasn't worth them sucking up. The ones crowding around were all minor artists, just like Meng Xiaofeng. Her manager cut in, this time, Director Xiao Yu is filming a variety show. The chattering instantly died. Most of them gave a strained laugh, made an excuse, and drifted away. Only a few stubbornly clung to Meng Xiaofeng, urging her to leave a good impression on him, and not to forget her friends when he eventually had a real script. Meng Xiaofeng changed out of her costume, showered, and went straight home, logging onto her Guangnao to contact Yu Jing. In the virtual room, Sheng Tao and Tian Yun were already waiting. They greeted her with a smile. When Xiao Zai entered a moment later, everyone got excited. Meng Xiaofeng cheered. A lovesick Red Beans reunion. Tian Yun was more practical. Director Xiao Yu, I've never been on a variety show. Are you sure you want to cast me? They were all newcomers. Lovesick Red Beans had given them a huge boost, so they all had a blind sort of faith in Yu Jing. They weren't that worried about a variety show. Their only concern was their own inexperience. Yu Jing, who had been buried in scene building, looked up. Director Xiao Yu. Sheng Tao, the oldest, felt his heart skip. Ah, Director Jing. Yu Jing smiled. Even if you don't trust yourselves, you should trust my eye. They all exchanged a look. Wow, his relationship with Yu Suyan really must be terrible. When do we start? No rush. Take a look at the contracts. If they look good, you can sign. I haven't finished building the set yet. Since coming to the interstellar era, Yu Jing had fallen in love with building virtual sets. He could make them exactly how he envisioned them. It was just incredibly time-consuming to do it alone. When he worked on it for too long, his head would start to throb and feel hot, as if something was about to burst through. The group went to another room to review the contracts, leaving Yu Jing to focus. Meng Xiaofeng nudged Tian Yun as she read. Is anyone else coming? Tian Yun shook her head, signing her name. I don't know, I didn't ask. Xiao Zai pointed at the chairs in the room. It looks like 2 more people are coming. There were 6 chairs and 6 contracts. They just didn't know who the others were. Ah. I'm so sorry I'm late. A girl ran in, panting, and froze when she saw the four of them. A fluffy head peeked out from behind her, its eyes wide like a startled puppy. Meng Xiaofeng's jaw dropped. A husky wait. Xiao Yutong. The image of the Red Mirror heroine wrecking the house was so strong. She had instinctively blurted husky. The person behind her must be Wei Xing, who had played by Yunfei. Xiao Yutong and Wei Xing obediently greeted them, "Hello, seniors." They had asked for leave from school the moment they got the message. When their mentors heard it was an invitation from Yujing, they had let them go without any trouble. The two excitedly greeted their seniors and signed the contracts without a second thought. After finishing the set and programming the NPC's personalities, Yujing stretched and walked out of his room. "Are you all ready?" Yujing smiled, his eyes glinting. "Before we start filming, let's do a little personal interview." Meng Xiaofeng and the others shivered. They had a very bad feeling about this. Chapter 19. My Ancient Life was a live broadcast featuring 6 artists. On Tianxian, the moment Yujing announced he was filming a variety show, the comments section had become a sea of wailing. Haters were also gloating, mocking him for cutting off his own path. It wasn't that the audience wanted to be negative, it was just that variety shows in the interstellar era were pretty much like the 21st century's academic lectures. They'd get an expert to sit there and ramble on about the mother star's civilization. The audience wouldn't retain any data, but they'd certainly get sleepy. At 8 p.m., during peak nightlife, My Ancient Life premiered, despite the total lack of confidence from the public. Yujing's accounts were all linked. Starblog, Tianxian, Tianshu, and the Yaoguang Apol of his followers received the notification. Yujing, My Ancient Life, a joint production with Meng Xiaofeng Xingtao Wei Xing, is here. We'll take you on a dream back to ancient times to experience a different kind of life. Welcome, everyone. Feng Yu was a zealous fan of Yusuean. The school celebration's plagiarism scandal had left Yusuean overwhelmed. And Feng Yu had also heard that the Huaxia Origins project had lost its funding. He blamed Yujing for all of it, and had been passionately flaming him online for 3 days straight. Yujing's rise had been too fast, he was blocking a lot of people's paths. He had many fans, but just as many haters. Feng Ye's rabid attacks on Yujing had attracted a massive horde of anti-fans, filling 10 different group chats to capacity. At 8 p.m., Feng Yu and his army squatted on Tianxian, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. Feng Yu, he films 2 short films and thinks he's invincible. All, come and watch the clown. To comfort Yusuean, Feng Yu even posted the link under Yusuean and Yubei's accounts, inviting them to watch Yujing fall from his pedestal. The show opened with a rapid montage of the 6 members, Meng Xiaofeng on a film set, Xiao Zai at the gym, Xiao Yutong in a classroom. Do you want to embark on a new journey? Yes or no? The mechanical voice was staticky, as if from a bad connection, and it filled the viewers with a sense of unease. On her set, Meng Xiaofeng shot up. In his gym, Xiao Zai snapped his head up. In her school, Xiao Yutong's shoulders trembled. The 6 of them hesitated, then all pressed yes. You have only 3 days. Challengers try to survive. The audience recognized the voice. It was Yujing. Arcing blue electricity enveloped all 6 of them. A black hole expanded, and then, in an instant, it all vanished. Ah! They opened their eyes thousands of feet in the air. The feeling of weightlessness made them scream in terror. When they opened their mouths, they got a face full of wind that distorted their features. Director, you bastard! Meng Xiaofeng yelled, flipping him the bird in midair as she curled up to protect her head. Are we gonna fall to our deaths on arrival? Xiao Yutong, clinging to Wei Xing like a koala, shrieked. The moment she said it, thump. The 6 of them slammed into a massive haystack. It took them a full minute to climb out. Before them was a beautiful, idyllic village. Their clothes had been replaced with tattered, foul-stinking, coarse linen. The girls covered their mouths, gagging, and nearly broke down when they realized the stench was coming from them. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A group of villagers surrounded them, slamming their hoes on the ground. A cloud of dust rose, and the force of the blow made the 6 of them flinch. If that had hit. Xiao Zai looked at his rags, paused, and said sullenly, "Our hometown flooded. We are refugees." Not understanding the situation, the others huddled behind him like chicks, nodding frantically, terrified the villagers would beat them to death. The audience, remembering lovesick red beans, gave Xiao Zai a thumbs up for his quick thinking. "Ha ha ha, this is a variety show. If all variety shows are like this, I'm in. This feels like a time travel movie. I'm here for it." Yu Jing's new approach is pretty good. I'd rather watch artists suffer than sit through a boring lecture. The maple sugars are here. Go, Sister Xiaofeng. An old man walked out from behind the villagers. His cloudy eyes scanned them. He took a drag from his dry pipe, revealing yellow-black teeth. "You must be tired. Come into the village, rest your feet, have some water. The officials are giving out kanji in the town up ahead. You can look for work there." He was the village chief. He waved the villagers away and led the 6, plus a few able-bodied men, back to his home for food. The 6 members whispered. Their reactions are so real. The director said these are all NPCs. "Humph, I'm going to make a name for myself in ancient times. I'll show the ancestors what we're made of." The path was mud. The wind kicked up dust. Wei Xing coughed violently, then sneezed. Asking through his hand, "Are we almost there?" The old man glanced at him. His wrinkled face smiled. "Almost, almost." The village was lined with mud huts. Children playing at the doors stared at the strangers, only to be shooed away by the chief. Tian Yun, ever observant, asked, "Why are there no women in the village?" The chief tapped his pipe. "The men work hard all day. The women are at home, cooking and serving them." When they arrived at the chief's house, an old woman emerged from the kitchen with a pot of watery wild vegetable soup, dispelling Tian Yun's suspicion. "You're tired. Don't be polite. Sit, eat." The chief's house was made of stone, with a small courtyard and a large tree. The table was a pile of rocks. The 6 stared at the murky soup. Floating flies making them recoil. The old man took it all in. He tucked his pipe into his belt and picked up a chipped bowl. "Eat. Wild vegetables are a delicacy you can only find in spring. You can't get them any other time." Faced with this kindness, they had no choice. They picked up their bowls. Sheng Tao used his chopsticks to fish out a fly, then hesitantly touched his lips to the soup. "Ah, they're drinking it." They drank the fly soup. "Bleck. Help, my skin is crawling. I ate too much for dinner, now I feel sick." "Don't eat it. Just ask them questions." "Heh. If you don't eat, you're obviously disgusted. You think they'll talk to you then? You'd be lucky not to get beaten." Sheng Tao quickly put his bowl down and, fighting his nausea, asked the old man where they were. The chief told them this was Shaoli village, near the border, which was why they were so tense around outsiders. "Tell me, kids. If you're fleeing, you should run toward the cities. Why are you coming to the border?" The 6 of them froze. They all looked at Xiao Zai. It was his excuse. How was he going to fix this? Before he could, a sharp, gut-wrenching pain exploded in their stomachs. Xiao Zai collapsed, spraying a mouthful of blood. His eyes went wide, and he stopped moving. He had drunk the most soup. The young men who had walked back with them now rushed in, holding clubs. The old man said slowly. "You complained about the mud path. You're refugees, but you're clean, well-fed, and muscular. You were disgusted by our food, cut off their heads. Well, tell the officials we caught 6 spies. The women, who had been hiding, now came out, beaming. The officials were generous, this reward would let them live well. The audience was shaken. They hadn't even noticed those details, but the old man had. They gave that much away. Just by not eating. Maybe they weren't hungry. That's too much. Xiao Zai's excuse was bad. And they acted like they were on vacation, complaining about flies. If it wasn't for his excuse, they would have been beaten to death on sight. Now you're blaming him. Our empire has wars, too. Our refugees get compressed biscuits, not fly soup. Seeing the baffled looks on the artists' faces as they died, Feng Yu burst out laughing. Halfway through his laugh, he remembered this was Yu Jing's show. He slapped himself and opened his hatergroup chat. The group was silent. Feng Yu, where is everyone? Get in the bullet comments and call him trash. Someone in the group replied. Oh, I forgot. Next time for sure. Dying and coming back in the first 30 minutes. The 6 guests were in the virtual lobby, screaming in frustration. A light chuckle came from the side. It was Yu Jing, monitoring them. The audience was disappointed he wasn't on camera. They heard him ask, his voice full of amusement. Ready to show the ancestors what you're made of? Audience. These 6 were really pathetic. Wiped in 30 minutes. Meng Xiaofeng. Xiao Zai. That one stings. Want to try again? Yu Jing asked. The 6 looked at each other and nodded fiercely, all talking at once. Can we get a different drop-off point? Somewhere safe. The outsider status is too dangerous. It's too hard to blend in. Weapons. We need weapons. I'm scared. The border was too dangerous. Even an old man had offed them. Yu Jing smiled, shrugged, and was surprisingly agreeable. Of course. The galaxy swirled, the stars shifted, and Yu Jing's voice faded. The 6 were falling from the sky again. This time, their clothes were normal villager attire, and they had identities. Yu Jing had also thoughtfully prepared 3 blind boxes. 3. The 6 artists looked at each other. Meng Xiaofeng grabbed Xiao Zai, Xiao Yutong grabbed Wei Xing. And Xing Tao paired with Tian Yun. They tore open the boxes. A flash of light. A hoe landed at Xing Tao's feet. A machete appeared in Xiao Zai's hand. As for Xiao Yutong and Wei Xing, a bar of soap beamed them both on the head. Xiao Yutong Wei Xing. Director, you bastard.